who are joining the business sector.
We are pleased to welcome speakers of parliaments and other delegates to the 145th IPU Assembly. We wish you a comfortable stay in Rwanda. Welcome to Rwanda. Murakaza neza mu Rwanda. Bienvenue au Rwanda. Through a gender-responsive constitution, Rwanda has achieved and even surpassed gender parity.
The government of Rwanda has put a lot of effort towards ensuring that both boys and girls have access to education equally. Girls are now able to pursue different fields of studies, including the ones that have deemed predominantly male.
The government has reinforced having women in legal positions and creating a safe environment for them to step out and build their dreams. So that has really motivated me to see that there is no limit to what I can achieve, especially because of my gender, and that's a big motivation.
The 145th Assembly of the IPU and its related meetings will be held in Kigali, Rwanda, at the invitation of the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda, under the theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world.
Having parliaments that are gender sensitive is first of all a message from a government to say that we know that our country is made of men and women, and therefore
May I ask you to take your seat, please? We are going to resume the general debate. Please take your seats. This morning we are going to proceed with the general debate. The first on the list of this morning is the delegate from United Kingdom. She will be followed by the delegate from Japan. United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, it is an absolute honor to be back here in Kigali, and I want to convey my thanks to the Rwandan government and Rwandan Parliament for their magnificent hosting of this event. This is my 5th visit to Rwanda over the last 14 years, and I am delighted to be able to be here as a female MP to salute Rwanda's leadership in terms of women in Parliament. It is truly a standout achievement in the world. It is a beacon for all of us who wish to see our parliaments become 50-50 parliaments in our lifetime. There has been very significant progress in Rwanda towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And I, for one, am convinced that this is correlated to the high level of female representation in Parliament and in government. The UK has been proud to work closely with Rwanda in many different ways, including now as Commonwealth partners. We are united in so many goals, whether it be tackling climate change, supporting countries to achieve their sustainable development goals, and importantly, ensuring that every child in the world enjoys 12 years of quality education. The UK has worked very closely with Rwanda in many areas, including, for example, in the Statistics Authority, where our UK Statistics Authority and the Rwandan Statistics Agency are very close partners. An example of how, when you measure things, you know how you should be acting. Now, the UK Parliament may be ancient, but we have some way to go before we catch up with Rwanda on female representation. In fact, we are only ranked 45th in the world. Just 35% of our MPs are women, and in just over 100 years since women first got the vote, we have elected 559 women MPs in the last century. That's fewer than seats that we have in Parliament. And in our long history of Prime Ministers of the United Kingdom, only 3 have been women so far. One of the things that I want to change in our Parliament is to end the situation that we have in our upper house, the House of Lords, where 1/8 of the seats are actually reserved for men only. This is because of hereditary peerages. And this year I introduced a private member's bill, the Hereditary Peerages Female Succession Bill. It changed the rule of succession of all peerages to pass to the first child, not the first son. And colleagues, so many of you have shared your condolences with the UK over the recent death of our much-loved late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. But you may not know that the UK Parliament in 2013 actually changed the line of succession for the Crown so that it goes to the firstborn child, because we can see that both having a queen and having a king are excellent things. The UK welcomes the work that the IPU does on women in parliaments, and we welcome the data, and we have the excellent Professor Sarah Childs of Edinburgh University involved with the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Now, dear colleagues, I'm sure that most of you have taken the opportunity here in Kigali to visit the Genocide Memorial. Few can visit unmoved the unflinching presentation of the horrors of the genocide against the Tutsi will move us all. And all of us are impressed with the way that Rwanda has faced its past. One of the lessons that I learned from that visit is that the international community was too slow to act, and we as parliamentarians were too slow to act. And today, as parliamentarians of the world assemble here in Kigali, including delegations both from Kiev and from Moscow, we are confronted once again with horrific, deliberate violence, acts of war. Just this week, cruise missiles attacked civilians indiscriminately on Ukraine's sovereign territory. These are acts which can only be described as war crimes. So as parliamentarians here in Kigali, we have the opportunity to address Russian parliamentarians directly. You can see that you have lost the room here. Please take the message back to Moscow that your mothers in Russia are seeing their sons die in an illegal war. You can see that the women and children are suffering as their menfolk are either conscripted or flee conscription. You, as parliamentarians from the Russian delegation, in the spirit of dialogue at the IPU, must take this message back from the parliamentarians of the world. You must read the text of the UN resolution this week, because that text is very powerful, and the world wants you to withdraw your troops, and the illegal annexation of Ukrainian territory must end. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to the delegate from Japan, and will be followed by the delegate from Finland. Japan, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, I am Kazunori Tanaka, head of the Japanese delegation. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak here. Young Africa is now throbbing with growth. As a partner of Africa, and based on the past experiences, Japan places a focus on people-centered growth. We underlined this point once again at the 8th TCAT, which is a Conference for African Development with Japan as a partner, and was held in August this year in Tunisia. Kawasaki City, a big industrial area where I started my political career, was faced with serious pollution during the period of rapid economic growth since 1960s, and many people were suffering from it. In the period of economic growth, the point of focus tends to lean toward infrastructure and industries, but we should never forget people. To achieve growth which is mindful of people, the viewpoint of gender equality is indispensable. Japan's efforts to achieve gender equality in the political field include, among others, WOW, which stands for World Assembly for Women, which has been held since 2014 with participation of top leaders from various fields in the world. In addition, in order to develop a system to support a well-balanced combination of family life, such as pregnancy, giving birth, and child-rearing, and political activities, we have amended laws to encourage political parties and national and local public bodies to promote measures for pursuing gender equality and happiness of each individual. Japan would like to continue to be a development partner with Africa and with the world to realize growth focused on people. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Now the floor is Finland. Should be followed by Spain.
Señora Presidente, estimados colegas.
President, colleagues, currently Finland is known as one of the most egalitarian countries in the world, but this hasn't always been the case. For example, a little more than 100 years ago in Finland, women didn't have the right to vote or to be voted in elections. We didn't have the right to work without permission from our husbands. We didn't have the right to study at university. And less than 30 years ago in Finland, women still didn't have the right to denounce domestic violence within marriage or to join the army. Following the Second World War, we were on our knees as a country. There were widespread deaths. Many husbands had died in the war, and we had many other problems. So we were, as ever, isolated in the north, and we spoke a very strange language. Finland was one of the least developed countries in Europe at that time. We've undergone radical change, but we must remember that the path to equality has been a long, slow and difficult one. And that path would never have been trodden without women who were brave and sure of themselves, and without the unfailing support of modern men who were aware of the pivotal importance for the country of the social integration of women. Now we have equal rights. We can study, we can work, and we can look after children, for example. We have a law on parenthood that ensures that both parents have 160 days and each child can go to daycare. We have free schooling with free lunches for all pupils. Women are able then now to work outside the home, and all of these changes have made high levels of development and resilience possible for Finland. Many deem those levels to be nothing short of miraculous. That's thanks to the fight for equality and the work that's been done on services and protection for families. And as a result of that, the employment rate is higher than 74%. We also have a basic pension that's guaranteed for all. However, despite all these achievements, some equality objectives have not yet been achieved. For women, €1 is still worth only 84 cents. Most managers are men, and men also face problems. The level of alcohol and drug consumption and the levels of crime and suicide are higher among men. Men study less and use health services less, and men die at an earlier age than women. Parliamentary gender sensitivity is one of the key issues faced by the IPU. In Finland, more than 40% of parliamentarians are women, and we don't have quotas or electoral targets in that regard. We still have challenges to face. Men do still have more power than women. Men are in the majority in the most significant committees, and the majority of leaders within parliamentary bodies are men. We've done a great deal to change our institutions and our situation. Now the College of Equality, which oversees and improves gender-sensitive practices, exists. That body would also respond if poor behaviour were observed in this regard. More than 5% of party financing goes to the work of women's organisations. We recommend that parliamentary groups distribute positions equally. And now 7 of the leaders of our 9 parties are women. And we have a majority of women on the government as well. Our development, where equality is concerned, also involves a number of hurdles to overcome. There's a great deal of pressure in some regards to take backward steps. But that's why the fight for equality needs to be an ongoing line of work for the well-being of individuals regardless of their gender. Only with equal rights and responsibilities can we achieve a better world for all. Equality is a driver for change in the world, and we must not forget that. This movement is one that we can only accomplish if we all take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. The floor is now to Spain, to Norway, and followed by Czech Republic.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, equality is an aspiration of all human beings and any society that claims to be developed and that really wants to achieve holistic development in a fair and equal way for all its members. And it's an aspiration that covers men and women, rich and poor, high and low, regardless of the colour of their skin, their beliefs, their traits, or anything else that may set them apart. Women have made a great deal of progress in achieving those aspirations over the past few years. But there's been a great deal of change over the last 2 generations, but there's still a great deal to do. We can't allow the current crises, the economic crises, peace and security, the energy crisis, and climate change to take us back. Over the past 20 years, we've significantly increased the number of female parliamentarians in our parliaments, but there are still risks of sexual violence, human trafficking, and other kinds of violence and harassment. Moving forward with equality and inclusive responses, generating better responses and better policies, increased resilience and prosperity should be our firm goals. To achieve those goals, we need to bolster our legislative and political framework. We must adopt a zero-tolerance policy on sexism and take other steps. We need firm support from male parliamentarians. That's very important as well. In Spain, 57% of women saw a pay reduction when they became mothers. Some had to take time out of work or leave their jobs completely. COVID, of course, made the situation significantly worse. We've been working through initiatives such as the co-responsible plan, the Look After Me plan that we have in Spain, and a number of other programs to assist women with disabilities, as well as fiscal plans to encourage remote working and assist with looking after children. We have a number of other strategic plans as well to assist with equality between men and women. In economic terms, the cost of inequality between men and women has a negative impact for society, which is tantamount to around 19% of our GDP, and the cost of the opportunity cost of this is also significant. The gap is significant as well, and there are issues relating to digitalization, salaries, the number of women in high-ranking positions, and so on and so forth. In Spain, 41% of the research community is made up of women, to give you another example. We need to adopt policies not only on older women, but also improve measures to assist victims of trafficking, sexual exploitation, create new opportunities for those looking after families, coordinate better in all different areas what we're doing, and also develop a number of national plans. We're also looking to hold a conference on work-life balance. We need to assist women in coming back into the labour market when they've been looking after children. We need to improve training, particularly on ITCs. We need to move forward with flexibility in a number of areas, and domestic assistance, as well as other areas. We've made a great deal of progress, but there's still a lot to do. Masha Amini has become an icon for women around the world. And the resilience of Ukrainian women is something that the whole world is holding up as an example. Friends, we need to move forward together along the path towards equality, because that's the only way we can achieve more cohesive, fair, free and democratic societies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Spain. The floor is now to Norway. Norway will be followed by Bolivia.
Thank you, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my deepest sympathies with our Ukrainian friends and colleagues, and I condemn in the strongest way the criminal and brutal acts of the Russian Federation, killing innocent women, children, in their missile attacks on Ukraine cities. Gender equality is something that some of us are able to enjoy because we live in well-developed democracies where human rights is respected. But other women are not so fortunate. They live in countries where the state controls the individuals all the way down to how they dress or how they wear their hair. This is why I today feel it's my obligation as a young female parliamentarian from Norway to give my voice to other girls out there. Masha Amini Orgina was a 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian woman that was arrested by the moral police for not wearing her hijab correctly. Later, she died in custody, probably after being beaten to death by the same morality police. What is the point, dear colleagues, of talking about gender equality in the parliament in a country where women are so far from having any real equality. The obligation to wear a hijab is an abuse of individual freedom and girls' fundamental human rights. We must support our Iranian sisters in their fight to achieve real gender equality. Now, the people of Iran has taken to the streets to protest. They cut off their hair, they burn their hijabs, and all of this with the risk of their lives. We know now that people are missing and even get killed in these demonstrations. For these girls, the freedom we ourselves enjoy is non-existing, except for maybe in the Iranian regime's speeches to international conference, like maybe this one. So my suggestion is we should stand up for the girls like Gina and show solidarity with the demonstrations in Iran. Gender equality is not possible before every sister is free. And remember this session's theme with leaving no one behind? How is it possible to be drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world if we don't speak up for the girls? Thank you, President.
Thank you so much. The floor is now to Bolivia. Bolivia will be followed by Hungary.
Muy buenos.
I would like to send my greetings to men and women and local authorities in Rwanda. We are attending the 145th IPU Assembly today, and I wish to send special greetings to all the parliamentarians who are present here today. My name is Soledad Montero. I come from the Bolivian Amazon region, a region which has over 30 of the indigenous groups in Bolivia. We also have 40% of species in the world in terms of fauna and flora. This huge diversity is currently at risk owing to contacts and illegal exploitation of mineral resources, the illegal use of fauna and flora in the Amazonian region. We have a political constitution which provides for gender equality, which provides for state responsibility to ensure there is planned use of natural resources for the well-being of both present and future generations. Based on the Constitution, we have standards which lay down gender parity. The idea is to guarantee the participation of women in elections and at all levels. However, women are not sufficient in number in these positions. For example, the 17 members who are ministers in Bolivia, well, of the 17 ministers, there are only 3 women who head culture and labor inter alia. In terms of the parliament, we have the Senate and the lower chamber where there's a majority of men. This highlights the fact that the democracy in Bolivia does not comply with gender parity and the objectives I previously mentioned. Of course, if you look at statistics published by the National Statistical Institute of Bolivia, we can see that Bolivia has a population of about 11 million. 51% are women and 49% of the population are men. This is just a projection, however. It's not sure. The last census was 2012, and it was conducted with a view to counting the Bolivian population, but it's currently very old. Currently, the Bolivian people is calling for the central government to stand up and achieve the goals it has published. We have undergone a very unfortunate crisis in terms of the country. There have been a series of denunciations and manipulations of electoral results. There have been many cases of violence against women, femicides, and likewise the Parliament and President have been called on to rectify the situation, and there are various entities, including the judicial system, which have not been complying with the Constitution. There's no true independence, no true separation of powers in Bolivia. We also have an economic situation. Over 90% of the Bolivian population works in the informal sector. They have no social welfare in many instances. They don't even receive a basic wage. They work for over 88 hours a day, and because of the pandemic, young women, young children, women, and the indigenous populations are out of work. In Bolivia, therefore, we're trying to establish a real democracy based not only on parity, as enshrined in the law. We want to show that gender parity can be achieved at all levels of the country. Psychologically, women and young people are calling for transparency, proper use of resources, and we want to do away with the practice of austerity. Also, we have seen in political debates that women are very pragmatic and tend to protect all sectors, not leaving anyone behind. Currently, it is very necessary for countries like Bolivia to nourish greater hopes in terms of protecting the environment, boosting the economy. In Bolivia, we are at a stage where we need to boost productivity. We need to check this increasing growth in the informal sector. There has been a great deal of destruction on the part of the police and other state entities, so it's necessary to build up a real democracy based on true participation of young people and women. Given the international context, we wish to call attention to the current situation in Bolivia, and I wish to thank you all for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Hungary. Hungary will be followed by the European Parliament.
Honorable Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, peer MPs, I would like to take this opportunity to cordially welcome you. This topic of general debate of our General Assembly is not a new one. We have often stressed the importance of gender equality, and that is why we have decided to do our utmost, both in our respective countries and in the international community, to ensure its prevalence. The question is whether is it right to raise this topic again and share our achievements in this field? Yes, it's absolutely right. That is because the recognition of gender equality is rooted in human dignity and is a core value of our existence. These days, we live in a world where everything is called into question. Today, it is difficult to young people to find robust orientation points. For this reason, we, as members of the most long-standing international organization, have not only the opportunity, but also the obligation to offer people a firm anchor. This is why we must go back and reaffirm key values such as gender equality and state that the Inter-Parliamentary Union does everything in its power to achieve this. In Hungary, Gender equality represents a fundamental value and stems from two ancient sources. The first one is the family-centered culture of Hungarian people, which goes back many centuries. The word feleség, wife, clearly shows its essence. It refers to women being the fully equal other halves of men, and only the two of them together can form a whole. The other source is our Christian culture, which teaches that all people are equal and also equally valuable. Honorable peer MPs, in order for women to be able to successfully appear in politics, it is essential to strengthen them in society as a whole. We can help this with legal instruments, education, shaping public opinion, protecting women, and strengthening their self-confidence. Please allow me to share with you some of our successful measures. One of the essential components of equality is that every human being should have the chance to be born. In this spirit, Hungary has laws that protect human life from the moment of conception. Hungary's fundamental law enshrines the prohibition of discrimination as a general principle. This provision ensures equal treatment before the law, especially mentioning the prohibition of discrimination between the sexes. We believe that the well-being of both sexes and families forms the basis of social sustainability. Women play an essential role in family life, and therefore women's policy as a key part of our family policy. In order to strengthen the role of women within the family and in society in general, the government has developed an action plan for the period up until 2030, which promotes work-life balance. At the same time, women can be exposed to domestic violence. We provide them with legal protection. In addition, we operate special centers where victims can find shelter and receive help to process what happened. The right to health is enshrined in our constitution. We also ensure women's health by providing access to screening tests and vaccination against one of the most dangerous cancers, cervical cancer. Vaccination is available to girls voluntarily and free of charge. The disease is also spread by men, so boys can also be vaccinated to protect women. Education is one of the key elements for someone to successfully participate in the life of society. In Hungary, we pay special attention to education, which is accessible and obligatory to both boys and girls. The population of the Roma minority in Hungary is significant. We have developed special programs for their training and to support women's lifestyles. Women play an important role in public life. Typically, they participate in the work of local communities. 20% of mayors are women. In Hungary, the head of state has been a woman since the spring of this year. As Hungary's first female head of state, Kathleen Novák successfully and effectively represents our country both at home and in the international community. Deeply esteemed peer MPs, closing my remarks, last but not least, on behalf of the Hungarian delegation, I would like to thank the Madam Speaker, the Rwandan Parliament, and the nice, kind, helpful Rwandan people for the warm hospitality and this marvelous week here in Rwanda. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you a fruitful continuation of discussion. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est maintenant à la délégation du Parlement.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the European Parliament, to be followed by the Delegation of Algeria. European Parliament, you have the floor.
Signora President.
President.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, well, I here in front of you as co-president of the Interparliamentary, Asia-Pacific and EU, as well as member of the European Parliament. Well, in the Paritarian Assembly, we are 78 countries from ACP countries and 27 EU member states. We meet every year in 2 plenary sessions, one in the EU and another one within Africa or Caribbean or Pacific countries, or in other countries with regional and thematical subjects. In every meeting we have a youth forum meeting, but also the women forum meeting. And during pandemics, we did not stop our works, but the majority were done remotely. We have representatives from more than 100 countries. We have a very vast and ample vision of the order or the global disorder, as you wish. The experience of co-preside, the second biggest Inter-Parliamentary Assembly of the world, because the biggest Inter-Parliamentary Assembly is this one, here, where we are, which is the Inter-Parliamentary Union. That experience in difficult times, through the pandemic or the invasion of Ukraine and its world impact, allow me to share with you 3 simple ideas. First of all, the dialogue between people has a determined power to overcome obstacles. Through dialogue, especially interparliamentary dialogue, we can have empathy, that making the idea that all different, all equal, not just a slogan, allowing us to work together, based in ideas we all converge, especially based on an idea that we all agree, which is universality of human rights. Yes, dear colleagues, interparliamentary diplomacy is more and more important in the world. The Inter-Parliamentary Assembly, ACP EU, will meet at the end of this month in Maputo, Mozambique. And I salute my colleagues here from the Mozambican delegation who have worked so hardly and are working to organize this meeting. And this assembly will have in its agenda, among other subjects, the debate about equality, gender equality. We are proud to be a parliamentary assembly sensitive to gender. Our objective is also to be to have a more resilient and peaceful world. As MEP, member of the European Parliament, I'd like to say also that equality is a fundamental right of our European House of Democracy, respecting Article 3 of the Treaty of the European Union that defines that equality between women and men has to be always promoted, but not only EU considers this equality as a fundamental value. The 5th objective of sustainable development talks about attaining the equality between women and men and to bring capacity building for girls and boys. It's a human right. Women represent half of the world's population, and any demand for the respect of human rights has to take into account all the population in the world. Parliaments in this area, as employers and institutions, they have a fundamental role to play, and they have to work as a model to society as a whole and give the example. For the states, the Parliament has changed its rules. We ask that in all our delegations, we ask to have gender equality between presidencies and vice presidencies. In 2024, this rule will also be applicable to our permanent commissions or standing commissions. And our Parliament has been more gender sensitive and is now available to cooperate with all those who would like to attain this objective. But, dear colleagues, if we want to have resilient societies, real resilience, we cannot just concentrate in our governmental institutions. It's for the modern economies and for the civil society dynamic who benefits both men and women. Education is a fundamental tool to attain empowerment of women and girls. It quality education for all our young citizens is important. And I'd like to underline Objective 5 of the objectives of sustainability to help girls and boys, and that will help us build a better world. But what I just mentioned demands that we have the courage to have a non-fragmented approach. We cannot be selfish. Only together, united, will be successful. We have to multiply our partnerships between equals, between parliamentarians. We have to have a multilateral approach to attain the objectives that we have established and attain on behalf of the people which we represent. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your attention. And again, my thanks to the people and the Rwandan institutions who have welcomed us in this wonderful representation of sovereignty of the people. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I now recognize the delegation of Algeria to be followed by the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our friends here in Rwanda for their warm welcome and their excellent preparation and organization of this high-level meeting. I would like to also seize this opportunity to convey the salutations of Mr. Saleh Koujil, the Speaker of our National Council, the Ummah Council, and his sincere wishes for success to this 145th session of the General Assembly of the IPU. I would also like to underline the importance and sensitivity of inequality in general, especially when it comes to our main theme of debate, which is gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change to build a more resilient and peaceful world. Therefore, we need to ask ourselves a very important questions. What have we achieved? And what are the challenges that we find ahead of us and that have prevented us from achieving equality worldwide? I can say once again that this meeting is very important because it has provided us with an opportunity to define the nature of challenges that the international community faces in achieving gender equality and the need for international community to respond to the needs of women in the field of development, security, and peace building. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Algeria, since its independence, has allocated a great deal of importance to women affairs and women's rights, and this has transpired through our ratification of the main international and regional instruments pertaining to human rights, especially those that relate to human and women's rights. In this regard, I would like to inform you that Algeria has pinned a great importance on the political participation of women in all spheres of life because we deem that this is a very important basis to build a real democracy and to achieve real freedom. This principle was once again underlined in our amendment adopted in November 2020, which further promotes and strengthens the constitutional stance of Algerian women. This also promotes its administrative and political roles. Therefore, the provisions that were included in our constitution and that pertain to women express our president's sincere will to promote and strengthen Algerian women and give them a greater role in society, politics, and the economic sector. Ladies and gentlemen, my country, Algeria, has been working for many years now on achieving full parity in all spheres of political life in order to respond to the ambitions of Algerian women who aspire for a greater role in the economy of our country to achieve prosperity and development. In this regard, Algeria exerted tremendous efforts to achieve the SDGs, especially goal number 5 and goal number 6. We are still keen to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the 2060 Agenda for Sustainable Development adopted by the African Union. We have also adopted an amended code that aims to combat violence against women and domestic violence as a whole. We have established a number of mechanisms, such as the National Strategy to Counter Violence Against Women and the National Communication Strategy to implement the aforementioned policy. Algeria is still sparing no effort to engage women in building a better Algeria and a better future for our next generations. We are very proud to say that our constitution and our legislations have explicitly stipulated the need to achieve this equality while taking into account our national and cultural values. I can honestly say that the achievements that were made for Algerian women deserve to be highlighted. Ladies and gentlemen, Algeria has always adopted a fair and just, dynamic and balanced foreign policy in order to defend the vital interests of our state while contributing to achieving regional peace and security, but also world peace. Thanks to our pivotal role in our region and under the leadership of our president, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, is ready to exert more efforts, especially when it comes to the challenges that face the entire Maghreb region as a whole, but also the Arab region and the Mediterranean. We will continue to adopt a coordinated and integrated approach to provide the necessary support to countries that need it most. And given the dimensions of global challenges that we face in health, agriculture, transportation, technology, and other fields, and given the severity of international threats such as organized transnational crime or terrorism, we must converge our efforts to overcome these challenges. We should also find solutions to conflicts and wars by resorting to peaceful means without interfering in the internal affairs of state and while respecting their sovereignty. Now, when it comes to the Palestinian cause, Algeria completely refuses the continuance of this occupation and the impunity that the occupation is enjoying. We call for a rapid change of legal status for the holy city of Jerusalem. Algeria calls upon the United Nations to exert direct efforts in order to solve the current crisis between Morocco and Polisario. The Saharan people have the right, the inalienable right to self-determination according to international instruments and the United Nations Charter. In conclusion, and since we are meeting here under the umbrella of the IPU, and since the IPU was built on the values of solidarity, independence, and freedom, we have to call upon all parliamentarians to not spare any efforts to be able to support the Palestinian people. Algeria has a long-standing success story in bringing peoples together, especially to combat colonization, occupation, and the oppression of people's freedoms and sovereignty according to United Nations instruments and charters. We would like to underline once again the necessity to achieve the Palestinian reconciliation before the Algerian summit is held. We need to enhance cohesion and solidarity among Arab states. We need to intensify Arab and African efforts that are very promising in achieving the sustainable development goals that we all aspire to achieve. I wish you success and positive outcomes. Thank you for your attention.
Merci. La parole.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Delegation of Romania, to be followed by the Delegation of Iraq.
Dear Mrs. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the IPU and the Rwandan host for the good organization of this event. Our subject of today comes at the right moment, given the fact that the crises we're facing are not gender neutral and they intensify the existing inequality, including gender discrimination. It is difficult to imagine a functional and open democracy society in the absence of effective and full participation of women in all aspects of life. Women to ground, the world become increasingly aware that they can do something to improve the quality of their life and that of their family and community by raising for political leadership or becoming involved in public activities. Nevertheless, women are generally underrepresented in political office worldwide, and their underrepresentation becomes larger in more senior politicians. Deficiency in women's public participation may arise out of many circumstances, such as poverty, lack of legal rights, the inability to access finance, as well as traditional social perspective on gender roles. There is also a strong line between women's political participation and their economic empowerment. Raising awareness of the role of women in public life, training women to assume public posts, and encouraging them to enter the political arena as complementary to their economic progress. And so far as Romania is concerned, women are very much present in the political, social, and economic life, but there is still room for improvement with regard to their participation in decision-making process. Similar to other countries, Romania has to overcome the challenge represented by certain cultural and social perspective on gender roles and the responsibility between men and women. Dear colleagues, I believe that engaging women in national and international affairs does not mean radically changing one system of value. State, regional organization, or initiative, civil society must work together to close the gap that still exists between discourse and reality. Parliament, in their capacity of institution representing the interest of all citizens, play a crucial role in terms of drafting and promoting gender-sensitive legislation. In order to do so, they should start by looking with an introspective eye at their own institution to promote gender equality, including by combating sexist language or behavior. Dear Mrs. President, in my name and in the name of Romanian delegation, thank you for attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegation of Iraq, to be followed by the delegation of Croatia.
سيدة الرئيسة.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I bring you, on behalf of the Iraqi government, the warmest greetings of the Parliament in Baghdad, particularly to the Rwandan Parliament. We place a great deal of importance on the efforts of those who have organized this assembly. The perfect way in which they've organized this event and the logistical arrangements that have been prepared for us. We would like to thank the Rwandan Parliament and the Inter-Parliamentary Union for the invitation that was extended to us to participate in the work of the 145th Assembly of the Union and the 210th session of the Executive Committee, as well as the other meetings of the standing committees that have been taking place. I think this is an extremely useful opportunity to make observations and present solutions to the crises that we face, and to empower women and children so that they can perform the roles assigned to them in modern day society. The current period is critical and very difficult. We're all facing a great number of challenges of an economic and political ilk following the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian war in Ukraine. Particularly dangerous where energy supplies and inflation are concerned. And yet Iraq is striving to perform a positive role at the international level, particularly in terms of facilitating solutions to these crises and improving stability. We're all aware of the magnitude of the real threat to international peace and security that we face, and we shouldn't overlook that at any point. Ecological and technological transfer and climate change, along with the energy crisis, are all priority challenges that we need to deal with. This means that we all need to be able to rise to the commitments that we've made through international treaties and other obligations. Iraq, despite the unspeakable suffering that we've undergone, is working hard to build a country in which the rule of law prevails so that institutions can follow the path of development and achieve the objectives and ambitions of our population. Iraq has worked bravely to face terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. We have fought against Daesh on behalf of the international community. That organization has represented an international danger and threat, and our people has been able to confront those forces of evil and darkness at a very high price in the form of losses by our security forces and popular militias that have had to wage fierce fights with that organization to liberate us from those terrorists. The situation has had serious repercussions in economic and social terms for the future of our country and our coming generations. From this podium, we call upon the international community to exert pressure on Iran to accept and comply with international treaties and conventions so that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iraq can be respected, so that we as a country can enjoy access to our water resources. The refugee crisis is also serious for us and has political consequences. Where gender equality is concerned, we cannot overlook the role of Iraqi women and the challenges that they have had to face in recent years. Concerning the withdrawal of our colleagues from Sadri, that's had an impact on legislative work for a number of months, but we cannot forget that ensuring political stability is key. I would like to recall that Iraqi women are the cornerstone. They have had to face terrorism, they have suffered the consequences of the Gulf War, and they've fallen victim to the aggression of the previous regime. Iraqi women have worked hand in hand with men and they have been an example of sacrifice. The speaker can no longer be heard.
Time is over.
العراقية التي جاهدت وتجاهد لحد الآن مع المجتمع الدولي لدحر الإرهاب اللعين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Merci. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de...
Thank you. We now call upon the delegation of Croatia to be followed by the delegation of Libya.
Dear Ms. President, dear colleagues, we are witnessing the increased atmosphere of crisis in the world of today. Crises are multiplying and integrating into one big crisis, threatening to engulf the whole world. Global pandemic, economic crisis, and finally this dreadful war in Ukraine seems to be the end of civilization as we know it. In this grim atmosphere, one part of this population is more affected than others, children and women. Our duty as parliamentarians is to act for peace to be re-established and for those sensitive groups to be protected. How can we achieve that? Through legislation enforced by responsible parliaments. Structures need to be set in place to ensure the equality and protection, especially of those vulnerable groups. In our Croatian Parliament, we have set the Gender Equality Committee that specializes exactly in these topics. It participates in the drafting, implementation and analysis of the implementation of the national gender equality policy in the Republic of Croatia. One recent piece of legislation that stands before our committees is the EU and Council of Europe Directive on Prevention of Violence against Women and Family Violence. Our government has given a special emphasis on education about violence against women and girls, and this emphasis will be included in our amendments to the proposed directive. So, education is of utmost importance because it teaches children from the youngest age to have sensitivity against violence, be it against women or within family. It is also important to work on eliminating all kinds of gender prejudices and stereotypes in society. In that way, we will have a more gender-sensitive population in the future that will need no further explaining why gender violence is bad for society. In our parliament, we have around 30% women parliamentarians. We would like to have more of them, but it is on the political forces, political parties, to bring about policies that set standards and women quotas for elections. To conclude, preventing violence against women, girls and children is surely a guarantee for a more peaceful and happier tomorrow. We, as parliamentarians, have a special task and responsibility. Our tools are words and political debate, and this is how all the conflicts should be resolved, through talking, discussion and negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. La parole est maintenant à la délégation.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Libya to be followed by the delegation of Chile.
Assalamu alaikum. Say that recently.
May the peace of God be with you. President of the Union, Secretary General, Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament, distinguished heads of delegation, and members of Parliament. I bring greetings from Libya. We are very grateful to Rwanda and its government and parliament for the excellent way in which this union's assembly has been organised. In terms of the issues that we're here to face and discuss, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as a driver for a more resilient and peaceful world. Human societies differ in their public view of gender equality, which aims to create equality between men and women in an equal legal and social manner. The aim of these is, of course, to achieve human dignity and equality for all. So what prevents them from enjoying equal rights? Well, we appreciate the importance of equality between men and women in a way that doesn't contradict the provisions of Islamic Sharia. And Libyan society is keen to implement the principle of equality. So we've introduced legislation to guarantee the right of women to political participation, choice of work and employment, and we've also sought to ensure that women working in the public and private sectors can enjoy all possible rights. Meanwhile, our legislation has prohibited forms of discrimination against women in the world of work, ensuring that they can enjoy freedom of movement and residence. All the laws that are currently in force in Libya are in complete agreement with the principles of gender equality, and nothing prevents women from exercising their political, cultural, economic or social rights, or, for that matter, the right to occupy administrative or leadership positions, and even judicial and legal functions. They're also able to join the police and the army. Concerning laws criminalizing violence against women, we have adopted a raft of legislative measures and provisions that prohibit that type of violence. We stand against any terrorist activity which also has an impact on women. We also have a state policy which women contribute to, and they also hold public positions. They can also participate in non-governmental organizations and associations and the diplomatic corps, which means that we are increasingly aware of the importance of the role of women and non-discrimination. The Libyan Parliament has a parliamentary committee which is dedicated to the situation faced by women, which shows that Libyan women have as many rights as men. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish this Assembly every success in its work.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegation of Chile, to be followed by the delegation of Palestine. Dear colleagues, good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to share our experiences as Chile over the past few years relating to the implementation of a number of actions to make our Parliament gender sensitive. As we know, gender equality has recurrently been on the IPU's agenda. The IPU has over time made significant contributions to studying, understanding and rising to the challenges that women face in integrating effectively into society. For more than a decade now, we have been driving forward gender equality through a significant cultural change in our legislative work. The aim of that is to meet all our responsibilities across every aspect of our society to ensure gender equality. And one prerequisite for that is ensuring that within our Parliament we promote policies, codes of conduct and other measures that really foster gender equality across all the members and staff. The National Congress in Chile, from its outset, so more than 210 years of work, has been looking to achieve participation of women. However, we still have only 150 women in our Parliament, which is a very small number given the total number of 3,500. However, there has been an upward trend in this, thanks mainly to legislation that seeks to promote the participation of women and quotas over the past few years. We really want to strive for parity, however, 50% of participation of women. There are many difficulties with that. Partly because conservative entities feel that quotas are inappropriate. I'd like to pay tribute to the Rwandan Parliament, our hosts, and the example that that's setting for women around the world, with 71.3% of participation of women in the Parliament. I'd also like to share today some key points in our recent history where gender equality is concerned in Chile. Firstly, we created a code of parliamentary conduct which seeks to hand down penalties for harassment. In August 2018, we set up a standing committee on gender equality. In January 2019, we approved the protocol to sanction sexual harassment in both chambers, which is based on the respect for the dignity of the individual and the principles of equal treatment and non-discrimination. And that seeks to ensure a violence-free environment for parliamentarians. In March 2020, we changed our the name of our Chamber of Deputies to be gender neutral. We've also been working to increase the presence of women on our bureaus, and that's been a very difficult line of work. In our current parliamentary session, which runs from 2022 to 2026, we have 155 people, and 34.8% of them are women. That was only 23.2% in the previous session, so representation has gone up. And for the first time in history in our parliament, we have a transgender parliamentarian. It hasn't been easy to achieve these goals, but it's an objective that we continue to work on. We want to forge ahead towards parity, not only in terms of representation of the people, but also in high-ranking positions in public sector roles. We call upon parliaments and governments to ensure that there are gendered budgets in place so that these rights can be fostered from that point of view. And there are many other initiatives that we can take as well. It's clear to us that Violence is another key area to focus on. All kinds of violence need to be eradicated. Despite all the efforts that have been taken, this serious is still serious. And violence is a very difficult scourge to eradicate. We often, as women parliamentarians, fall victim to that. And we need to ensure that progress is made in that regard. However, we are truly committed to building a gender-sensitive culture in our Parliament. In conclusion, as a contribution to the IPU, we would like to reiterate the extent to which we reject sexual harassment, and I'd like to share our text on that in 3 languages as an example to be referred to. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. La parole.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the delegation of Palestine, who will be followed by the delegation of Bahrain.
السيدة رئيسة مجلس
Madam Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament and President of this Assembly of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Republic, people and Parliament of Rwanda and express to them our deepest gratitude for their generous hospitality and excellent preparation of this Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come from Palestine, whose people still suffers the most heinous and the only remaining occupation in modern history. My people still suffer the devastating consequences of occupation, which you are all so well aware of. With the peace process stuck in a political stalemate, in the absence of a real interlocutor on the Israeli side, and with the Israeli far-right forces gaining even more ground, and with voices that call for peace going quiet, successive Israeli governments have been bent on using Palestinian blood as electoral fuel on so many occasions. We have seen various Israeli parties competing to oppress and smother the Palestinian people as part of their electoral publicity campaigns with their supporters who become increasingly radicalized day after day. The occupation governments and the occupying settlers have committed all sorts of crimes against our people. Not one day goes by in Palestine without new martyrs or casualties, most recent and most heartbreaking of which the heinous crime committed against the child Rayyan Suleiman, a 7-year-old boy, who was so terrified that his little heart stopped while he was being chased by heavily armed Israeli troops while he was on his way back from school in Bethlehem. Who can also forget the assassination of Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was killed by Israeli sniper fire last May while she was doing her journalistic job and while she was covering the events that were taking place in the occupied territories. Today, just as we speak, Israel still practices state terrorism, unleashing its army and its terrorist settlers who have joined forces in an outright war, which has enclaved tens of thousands of our people. They resort to intimidation and field executions. They violate human rights, undeterred, unfettered, and in utter breach of international law and charters. Ladies and gentlemen, the complex situation that the Palestinian people is living in has not undermined its determination to seek to build its state on the foundations of democracy and the rule of law. Palestinian women were and still are real partners in arms and in reconstruction throughout our struggle for liberation and state building. Palestinian women have paid the heaviest price, being mothers of martyrs, daughters of prisoners, and sisters of injured. Against this backdrop, the Palestinian National Council, which is the Palestinian Parliament, has reiterated in the Declaration of Independence of 1988 the principle of gender equality without any discrimination. Then, the Palestinian Basic Law was adopted and stipulated that all Palestinians shall enjoy equality in justice and law without any discrimination based on race, sex, ethnicity, or religion. The National Council in Palestine increased in 2015 the minimum female political representation to 30% in political spheres. Successive Palestinian governments have adopted a series of public policies that seek to promote the representation of women in political life and also in the economic and social sphere. Therefore, the participation of women in public service has reached 45%, but women participation in the workforce as a whole is still rather weak and stands at a mere 18% of the overall workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom, independence, and the right to control our own resources and borders are all preconditions for any political, economic, or human development process. In Palestine, the presence of the occupation and its settlement colonialist policy prevents the Palestinian people from expanding equality between men and women and impedes the political, economic, and social empowerment of women. Israelis have prohibited and banned elections in Jerusalem, which has impeded the holding of democratic legislative elections in which women would participate to increase the democratic and just representation that women deserve. Also, the occupation forces have practiced the policy of confiscation of lands and stealing of lands in order to build settlements, restrict freedom of movement, and deprive Palestinian women of the freedom to work, which has robbed Palestinian women of their chance to be entrepreneurs, to have small businesses, and achieve their economic and financial independence. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say, before leaving this podium, that Palestinian women beseech your conscience and the conscience of all decision makers worldwide to stop resorting to double standards. Palestinian women implore you to grant them victory and to grant them equality, not equality with the men, but equality with other women of other countries of this world, so that they can live in safety, so that their children can grow up in a safe and secure environment, and so that they can enjoy the freedom which the occupation has robbed them of. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegation of Bahrain, to be followed by Madagascar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم معالي السيدة رئيسة.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Speaker of Rwanda, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. In my own name and on behalf of the delegation of the Kingdom of Bahrain, I would like to thank you, Madam Speaker. May I also congratulate the Republic of Rwanda on having hosted the 145th IPU Assembly. We commend the efforts made by Rwanda to undertake this task. We would also like to convey greetings from the Kingdom of Bahrain. Thank you for hosting this assembly. We invite you all to the 146th IPU Assembly in Bahrain. We are ready to host the greatest IPU event. This shows the position of Bahrain, run by His Majesty, the King of Bahrain. This also shows the international confidence and trust people have in Bahrain when it comes to inter-parliamentary action. In the course of our history, Bahrain has been a meeting place for civilizations and people. Bahrain is a land of peace, friendship, and love. For this reason, we are convinced that the activities of the IPU Assembly, which will be held in Bahrain, will be a means to support the objectives for which the IPU was founded. We're meeting here today to discuss an important theme, namely gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. This is a theme which attracts international attention, and indeed it's very important to reinforce the role of women in terms of development and prosperity. As you know, women are a key partner in all societies. Countries currently face numerous challenges, so we have to coordinate the various development processes. Having said this, the Kingdom of Bahrain feels that the best way to provide for development and prosperity for the people is to emphasize the role of women and promote gender equality. This will make it possible to create a more peaceful and resilient world. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Bahrain, with at its head the King of Bahrain, it has included gender equality in its constitution. We have adopted texts on the equality of citizens before the law in terms of obligations and rights. We have also adopted provisions which guarantee women's rights and equality between men and women in various areas. The state is also trying to promote a balance between professional life and social and economic participation of women. The Kingdom of Bahrain has ratified international conventions. We have ratified conventions against discrimination, including CEDAW, which is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. We also have signed the Convention against all forms of discrimination. In light of our program under the leadership of our King, we have monitoring overseen by the heir to the throne, thanks to the efforts made by the Queen, the wife of our King and President of the Council of Women, and in cooperation with the legislature represented within the National Assembly and the Council of Representatives and the Consultative Council, Bahraini women have achieved great progress and scored many achievements. Much has been done thanks to women. Women now are in senior positions and have reinforced their position locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. Our kingdom, thanks to joint action, has been able to disseminate good practices. We have also offered the world an example, particularly when it comes to the fight against the pandemic. Bahraini women have participated in all our strategies and initiatives. Now, this was extended to both nationals and expats, and we have supported the sectors most deeply affected by the pandemic. The Kingdom has attained excellent levels when it comes to economic recovery. Manamal was chosen by WHO for the Middle East region. We have advanced the status of women, particularly in the economy, work, health, and elsewhere. Bahrain has been able to reduce the gap between men and women in accordance with the 2021 Davos Forum indicators. We try to ensure gender parity in various areas, including state institutions which have undertaken to implement the various constitutional principles to provide for equality between men and women. Bahrain boasts 64% when it comes to the various sustainable development indicators, and this is directly linked to women. When it comes to legislation to support Bahraini women, His Majesty, the King of our country, issued a decree which modifies the labor code, adding an article to eliminate or ban any form of discrimination in terms of wages between men and women. This decree is sound proof of the fact that the Kingdom of Bahrain is providing for gender equality. In light of the various principles, the Consultative Council and the other councils have striven to reinforce the role of the various bodies and create an environment conducive to women. We have signed various conventions on children. The interpreter apologizes, but we can no longer hear the speaker.
ختاما نتطلع بكل شغف أن نرى رؤساء وممثلي جميع برلمانات العالم على أرض مملكة البحرين في شهر مارس المقبل.
I welcome you all next March to the IPU meeting. Indeed, we hope to score a further success for the IPU in our land, a land of civilization, coexistence, dialogue, and friendship. You are all most welcome to the Kingdom of Bahrain. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Delegation of Madagascar, followed by the Delegation of New Zealand.
Monsieur le Président,
President, dear parliamentarians, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and an honor for me to represent my parliament and my president. And I convey the apologies of our president, who was unable to attend the 145th IPU Assembly. We're in the throes of the general debate, and this should lead to concrete action to promote resilience and peace. Each of our parliaments, in various ways, can support leadership and the empowerment of young girls and women. It's necessary, of course, to finance projects in favor of gender equality. Gender equality is not just a fundamental human right, it is also the sine qua non for a peaceful, prosperous, sustainable world. In terms of gender-based equality, everyone must be involved. You can't be a real man if you ignore women. We have to achieve real equality, and that starts with men. What would the world be like without women? Or what would women be like without men? The role of Parliament is to ratify international conventions in this area, adopt laws in favor of gender equality, and oversee real implementation by monitoring government action. Awareness building is important, information campaigns, and action needs to be taken against traditional customs which tend to uphold inequality between men and women. In terms of our parliament, we are working hard to achieve true equality. And you can see the tangible results. We've signed almost all international conventions on equality between men and women. We are studying the Maputo Protocol, which is a considerable progress when it comes to African women. Article 14 is a problem for certain sectors of society. We have a national law against violence against women, and this law has now been brought into force. Ladies and gentlemen, women's rights are also based on solidarity and international cooperation. Effective implementation calls for global partnership, consistent policies, coordination of approaches, which must be integrated at all levels. The international community must act on the basis of unity and multilateralism with a view to creating a global environment in favor of the emancipation of women. Let us together do away with the obstacles, the structural and cultural obstacles, so that all women, wherever they may be, can enjoy fulfillment. To finish, I would like to insist on the driving role of young people in the establishment of peace and security. Security and poverty deeply affect young people. We need international solidarity and cooperation. We need a vast global program to provide training for young people so that the young people become a real political strength around the world with a view to bolstering peace and security. We need to put an end to the stigmatization of youth in big cities. We need young people to feel they belong, give them a social status, particularly those from underprivileged situations. Climate change is definitely here, and it's children and young people today who will suffer from these dire consequences. Young people must be mobilized and have become mobilized. We must do our utmost in technological terms to take action to halt climate change. And in this area, we need to aim at building a fair, prosperous society. Climate change will have a serious impact on farming. 90% of our citizens live in rural areas. For lack of adequate measures, famine will probably strike again next year in a context of preparing for presidential elections. As a member of IPU, we call for solidarity and cooperation in the face of this situation, because food security is of paramount importance in the preservation of peace and security. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madagascar. And I now give the floor to the delegation of New Zealand, who will be followed by the delegation of Belarus.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa and Ngaramute Nesa. The New Zealand delegation wants to extend our thanks to our hosts this week and the IPU team for getting us to and through this week. I want to begin with a story. 20 years ago, I went to hear New Zealand's first female Governor-General, Dame Kath Tazard speak at a women's rights conference. She spoke about visiting a school where a 5-year-old boy put up his hand and asked, "When you were young like me, did you want to be Governor General?" And she replied no and asked him, "Why? Do you want to be Governor General when you grow up?" And this little boy looked very horrified. And finally he spat out no. And so she asked him, "Well, why don't you want to be Governor General when you grow up?" And he just looked very offended. And finally he said, "I'm not a girl." And I've always really loved that story because it reminds me that great change is possible in one generation. And we must never forget that as we tackle the extraordinary challenges that stand in front of us today. In New Zealand, the women who come into Parliament are gifted a brooch or a pin of a camellia flower, symbolising women's suffrage. And on the back of each pin is inscribed a number, which represents each woman's unique number in the line of women who have been elected to Parliament. I am number 173. It is a profoundly moving moment when you receive your pin, and for me it was also profoundly moving to look beside me and see the number of Indigenous Māori women, Pacific women and ethnic women pinning their camellia brooches to their suit jackets, ready to give voice to some of our most underrepresented women. This month in New Zealand, we welcome another Indigenous woman to Parliament, which will mark a milestone for women in New Zealand, where for the first time in our history, women will have an equal share of seats in the House. These are women whose voices shake the House, demanding fair pay for women, adequate support for birth injuries, and free period products in school. But as we claim our place to fight for women's rights domestically in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we are increasingly concerned for the safety of many of our women colleagues who courageously take on the greatest of risks to fight for women's rights in other parts of the world. A few weeks before Kabul fell to the Taliban, I met via Zoom with some of the distinguished women members of the Parliament in Afghanistan. They spoke of what was to come and the horrors of what that would mean for women's rights. The Taliban's denial of the rights of women and girls is repugnant to New Zealand, and that will continue to be at the centre of our response to their regime. While we've been here in Rwanda, back home the members of the Iranian community of Aotearoa, New Zealand, have gathered in Wellington, Auckland, Christchurch and Dunedin to join the Global Freedom Rally for Iran, calling on the world's leaders to amplify the voice of brave Iranian women. And then there's the war of aggression by Russia and its recent attempts to illegally annex regions of Ukraine. New Zealand continues to call on Russia to cease immediately its illegal invasion, withdraw its troops and return to diplomatic negotiations. We unequivocally condemn Russia's actions. Finally, I'd like to end by acknowledging the delegation from Ukraine here at the IPU, and in particular the women leaders on that delegation, Lasia Vasilenko, Alyona Shkrum and Olha Rudenko. There is nothing so powerful as voices that fearlessly speak truth, demand justice and the protection of human rights. It has been an absolute privilege to do what we can to amplify your voice this week. We stand with Ukraine.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the delegation of Belarus to be followed by Mexico.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished colleagues, at the outset, I would like to pass heartfelt greetings to the participants from the chairperson of the Belarusian Upper Chamber of the Parliament, Her Excellency Natalia Kachanova, and to thank the Parliament of Rwanda for invitation and hospitality. The theme of the general debate is relevant for all countries, including Belarus. Rapidly changing living standards put forward new global challenges and threats. None of the contemporary crises are gender neutral. Today, no one doubts that women are the drivers of sustainable development. Women play a crucial role in strengthening the three milestones of the sound world: economic recovery, social cohesion, and political stability. Women in Belarus contribute significantly to the country's development, as they make up 53.8% of the total population. Women's social, political, and economic status is growing from year to year. Belarus among the 27 countries in the world that have reached the target for women's participation in decision-making. In the Parliament of Belarus, the ratio of the women is 35%. The chairperson of the Belarusian Senate is a lady. I would like to emphasize that this indicator is achieved naturally, without any quotas imposed. In our opinion, as the priority, we should think about what we MPs can do to achieve gender equality in employment. Today, the world is becoming more and more digital. Do digital technologies open up new opportunities for women? Do they provide equal rights? Unfortunately, quite few women are employed in high-tech industries, particularly in leadership positions. We should prioritize the issues of changed approaches to recruiting in high-tech industry and investing in startups, as well as bring them up in national parliaments. Women agenda is always in the focus in Belarus. Since 1996, our country has been implementing 5-year national action plans to ensure gender equality. Currently, Belarus has adopted the National Strategy for Sustainable Development of the Republic of Belarus for the period up to 2035. These program documents help the Republic of Belarus achieve absolute equality between men and women. Female MPs in Belarus use various international formats to discuss the women's agenda. In the coming decade, the goal of Belarusian legislators in the field of gender policy will be to form a gender-sensitive culture in society, specifically to implement gender equality principles in education programs, to strengthen legal mechanisms to challenge gender stereotypes, to raise public awareness of the social and economic benefits of gender equality. To conclude, I would like to highlight the following. Today, Belarus is forced to resist unprecedented political and economic pressure, cynical external interference in the affairs of the sovereign state, and daring attempts to destabilize the situation in the country. A full-scale and intense hybrid war has been waged against our state. It faces unprecedented sanctions, provocations, and information manipulation. We cannot accept that today's sanction policy has already become a new norm of international relations. The partnership between leading states is being devaluated. Global economic, financial, and social ties have been disrupted, and chances to jointly remain peace and stability in Europe have been practically lost. I would like to underscore that we all should understand sustainability and peace, including a gender-based one, is largely dependent on international cooperation and solidarity. Without economic sanctions, pressure and interference in internal affairs. Belarus, despite the illegal exerted pressure, will continue to ensure the sustainable development of its state and promote unifying, and peaceful international agenda. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Rachkov. Chers collègues,
Colleagues, I am the head of the Delegation of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and it's a great honor to preside over this session until 1 p.m. I now give the floor to Mexico.
muy buenos días.
Good morning to you. Speaking about parity, equality, and women in politics has become a flag for all political parties over the past few years. It's been in speeches, we've heard about it in debates, on platforms, and again here at the IPU. In Mexico, since 2015, we've had a balanced Chamber of Deputies, 250 female parliamentarians and 250 male ones. From 2018, in the Senate of the Republic, we had 64 women alongside 64 men. The state congresses are also in a state of parity. All politicians standing for election have to be 50% women. It's important to mention that parity is not only being achieved at the federal level but also at the local level. But let's go further than that. Now in Mexico, governments ensure 50% participation of women in cabinet and ministries. The judiciary has been moving towards parity as well in terms of the appointment of ministries. In autonomous bodies, we've also been striving for parity among councillors in those organisations. Now, I think the challenge shouldn't just be about meeting quotas and statistics. We should also be focusing on why do we want women to be in those positions? What are we really doing? How can we achieve basic resilience in our societies? We need to be a generation of politicians that are looking to true solutions for daily problems. We need to do away with the gap between the politically correct and the politically ethical. We need to appeal to reason and common sense. We need to be politically responsible, even though that means on many occasions that we have to take actions and implement difficult measures that will be difficult in other ways. We need long-term policies that ensure that we can move towards common well-being. We need to be disruptive. We need to do away with tradition. We need to move beyond quotas. We are women who take action and find solutions, but that also depends on each one of us. We need to be women who break the narrative. We need to come together and achieve more. We need to vote for objectivity in decisions. We need to vote for putting an end to inequalities and ensuring equal opportunities for everybody. As politicians, we need to implement policies that really help women. We need to recognize maternity as a professional and personal asset. We need to assist families. We need to improve health systems to reduce maternal mortality and child mortality. We need to improve work-life balance. We need to ensure equal pay for equal work. We need to recognize that women are brave. They fight, they work, they achieve things. We as women are able to transform society. I'm one of those women who prefers peace, who prefers freedom over militarization. I vote as a woman for policies that assist families and foster education, and I want to build so that we can ensure better societies and countries. Thank you, Rwanda. Thank you to the Speaker of Parliament. Thank you to your society for the solidarity and the warm welcome. Thank you.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you, dear colleague. The floor now goes to Uganda, to be followed by the Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellencies, the speakers, the honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from Uganda, and I would like to begin by appreciating the Rwanda government, the Speaker of Rwanda Parliament, and all those who have welcomed us dearly in this beautiful city. We appreciate that. Uganda has had a long walk in emancipation of women. And the most important step that Uganda started with was to recognize that without an empowered woman, without an economically sound household. So wherever, if you want to have quality children, then you must address the empowerment of a woman. And that started with moving to the struggle of getting the girl child education. Universal primary education and universal secondary education became the key tenets that would provide an opportunity for a woman, an opportunity for a girl child to have a dream, to have an ambition, and to also interpret the realities of the world and know and make a choice that can enable them to enjoy the fruits of God-given world. So the leadership of Uganda takes this very seriously, and what we did was to begin with reforms, enacting laws that are gender sensitive and ensuring that affirmative action takes course in the country. And as I speak now, we have got a parliament that has seen increased number of women over the years. Out of the 529 seats, we have 173 women, and these benefited from a law that ensures that each district in the country must have a woman representing that particular district. When it comes to the direct seats, that is where now you see the problem. Because out of the 529, the direct seats, only 14 women manages to wrestle the men. So you can see that we still have a long way, because without the affirmative action of enabling the women to get to parliament, then competing directly with men would become a big challenge. Now, why is that so? As you know that what we are dealing with at this point is qualitative. It's a qualitative aspect of life. But remember, there are many issues that we have to go through, especially when it comes to the culture, to the traditions, to religion, to so many factors. You find that a woman had been defined and shaped to serve that particular purpose. So breaking through these straitjackets is not a small thing. It is a process, and that's why these laws are very fundamental and important. And enforcement and effecting of these laws is extremely important. So the Parliament of Uganda, what we did was we established the Equal Opportunities Commission in 2007 with the aim of eliminating discrimination and inequalities in society and several grounds, including gender. The Domestic Violence Act 2010, the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act 2010, the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act 2010, the Children Amendment Act 2015, the National Social Security Fund Act 2022, the Succession Amendment Act 2022. Furthermore, there have been amendments, several laws, for example, The Land Act, the Mortgage Act were amended to give spouses and children a say on land transactions, especially on matrimonial property. The Penal Code Act was equally amended to provide for stronger punishment for defilement of children, the children underage being abused by mentally sick men. Parliament's annual function of budget scrutiny, approval and appropriation has presented another opportunity for gender mainstreaming. A major milestone was achieved with the enactment of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 that makes it mandatory for all departments of government at presentation of their budget estimates to carry a certificate of gender and equity compliance before Parliament considers them for appropriation. So without that, we cannot pass the budget. And that's how resources, when they are being distributed, we must have these certificates to ensure that the distribution of these resources are taken care of. Finally, Parliament put into consideration the women members of Parliament. They formed the Uganda Women Parliamentary Association that was established to voice in Parliament women issues through facilitating research, skills development, lobbying, advocacy, mentorship, and peer support. This association is open to male participation so as to allow also better appreciation of gender issues, because most of us as males, we are illiterate when it comes to the women issues because of our upbringing, and we need a lot of literacy to be given more insights such that we can be able to work together with our women. We appreciate IPU for this opportunity and making this cause globally, and I have benefited a lot by listening through all the different countries. I could see the challenges. They are really similar but different in scope. But I know with this solidarity, we are going to make the woman have a position on this earth, because the mothers of this earth are women. They are the ones who bring us on earth. We must respect them and champion their cause.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. The floor now goes to the delegation of the Netherlands, to be followed by the delegation of Benin.
Honourable Madam Speaker, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, and staff of the Inter-Parliamentarian Union and staff of the different parliaments. I would like to start by thanking Rwanda for hosting this Inter-Parliamentarian Union conference. And today's subject is on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. The last part of the sentence resonates in my mind. A peaceful world. I cannot help but think about the brutal aggression by Russia to its neighboring country, Ukraine. This week, the General Assembly of the United Nations, as well as the IPU itself, condemned the attempted illegal annexation of parts of Ukraine by Russia. And the first victims of war are always women, as we know. Women that are raped, become refugees, or get killed. We heard all the horrible stories of the abuse of women happening during this war in Irpin, Bucha, and the parts that were recently liberated showed how people were abused and mistreated by Russia and dumped in mass graves in the woods of Ukraine. I am shocked and appalled that parts of history keep repeating itself. Dehumanizing people, taking away women's humanity. This country is all too familiar with this kind of behavior and what it leads to. Our delegation went to the Memorial Center and the museum. This visit made a huge impact on all of us. Silently, we heard the guide explaining what happened with the genocide. We heard the stories about the darkest of days in Rwanda, and at the same time, it is still happening in other parts of the world. And because we know that this is what happens in war, the Netherlands invest in the United Nations, and especially in the parts that support women when they are most vulnerable. And another vulnerable group is the LGBT+ group. Women's rights go hand in hand with the right to live your life as you wish. Our government has on an international level been fighting for gender equality and women's rights. At the 47th meeting of the United Nations Human Rights Council, the Netherlands have, together with our European countries, made sure that the resolution on violence against women and girls got the support it needed. At the 48th meeting of the Netherlands presented on behalf of a cross-regional group, the resolution on child, early and forced marriage. This was done also because of the terrible side effects of COVID on women. For many women and children, life has become extremely hard during the COVID pandemic. They could not leave their houses. Another example of our women policies is the initiative of the United Kingdoms and the Netherlands to plea for a preventive approach on sexual abuse and harassment. And this subject is now, due to this initiative, a permanent point on the agenda of the UN. And we feel that this is really necessary. Our Parliament has also asked our government to condemn the killing of Mahsa Amini by Iran. Mahsa Amini, a young and innocent woman, and not the only girl, unfortunately, who suffered from violence in Iran. Our Parliament wants to see an independent investigation into her death, and we want to commemorate her by saying, women, life, freedom. Women, life, freedom. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you very much, colleague. I now give the floor to the delegation of Benin, to be followed by the delegation of Slovenia.
Madame la Présidente,
President of the 145th IPU Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, Speakers of Parliament, honourable delegates and distinguished participants, I am thrilled and delighted to be taking the floor before this august assembly on behalf of the Speaker of the National Assembly of Benin. I bring warm and heartfelt greetings from Benin to all delegations here present, and I also bring fraternal greetings to our host Parliament. Most sincere congratulations on having risen to the challenge of organising this conference in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, which humanity in its entirety is still recovering from. The international community has met here in the beautiful capital of the state of Rwanda, a reconstructed country that is now a leader in Africa and even for the entire world, where gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers for our liberation are concerned. There is no better place to hold this meeting, no better place than the country of 1,000 hills. I would like, firstly, to salute the reborn people of Rwanda and His Excellency Paul Kagame, the president of this country, who in his enlightened state has been able to drive forward a new impetus of development, the secret of which is placing women at the fore in a state of equality in all aspects of modern Rwandan life. President, delegates, my country, the Republic of Benin, sees the need to ensure modernity in our traditions in a way that recognizes the importance of women and gives them their due position in society. Women can be warriors and have been warriors throughout history. And in light of that, we have no choice but to promote political gender equality. We need to win that battle, because to rise to the challenges of sustainability and resilience in the face of climate change and to build a peaceful and safe society, no human being can be excluded or marginalized based on their race, religion, opinion, or, above all, their gender, which they did not choose. This is an ambition that lies at the heart of our country's policies, since in 2016 the government took power under our current president. In my country, it's recognized that women are the main force in the economy. Since 2016, concerted reforms have been taken to ensure fair and equal participation of women in all aspects of our national life. We've sought to give a firm basis to our reforms and our promotion of equality by undertaking constitutional reforms through our National Assembly. And in November 2019, those reforms were completed. And we have renewed our democracy as well. One of our aims was to ensure that we really brought women into all our development processes and ensuring their participation in politics. To date, Benin has never had more than 8% of women in parliament in a single legislative session. But going forward from our elections on the 8th of January 2023, we will set a quota of 27% of all seats. They will be reserved for women parliamentarians, and they can also run for election for the other seats that are open in Parliament in those elections. That's a major step forward, which may enable us to achieve gender equality in parliamentary terms as early as next year or in the years to come. Be that as it may, we have begun discussing this. And we have paved the way towards achieving it. The National Assembly's also brought in a law that's very representative to combat sexual harassment, particularly in school and university environments. The implementation of that law has already led to the imprisonment of a number of teachers and university professors. a women's institute has been set up not only to promote research on gender equality, but also to play the role of an observer and defender of the rights of women against all forms of violence, abuse and marginalisation. Furthermore, following the many problems that girls often experience in completing their primary and secondary educations due to undesirable circumstances or career interruptions due to pregnancy, our Parliament has amended its law on abortion. From now on, pregnancy due to rape is a circumstance in which women can abort if they wish to. They can also do so if they're still at school, or if they feel that pregnancy can hamper their studies or career. In that regard, we should be frank and state that although the Parliament has brought this law in, the debate on modalities for implementing it have a long way to go in Benin, in our society. Our Parliament has been accused of being too progressive in this regard. So we can see how national parliaments are sometimes even revolutionary as against social trends. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants, I won't take advantage of your patience to list all the legal reforms that the Parliament of Benin has passed in recent times. We've taken many measures to achieve gender equality and ensure a peaceful and resilient society. And we've sought to ensure participation of women in all development processes and in achieving prosperity. Thank you very much, colleague. Thank you.
Merci. La parole.
Thank you. I now recognize the delegation of Slovenia, to be followed by Equatorial Guinea.
Esteemed Chair and colleagues, the IPU is celebrating a major milestone this year, the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, to which the IPU has been paying particular attention. I therefore welcome the decision to devote the general debate of today's Assembly to this very issue. While we have certainly made progress over the past 10 years, we cannot afford to be complicated with the current situation. What worries us, besides the fact that the shifts were not as we would have liked them to be, is that in recent years we have witnessed women having certain of their hard-won rights withdrawn and dismantled, with the COVID-19 pandemic playing its share in it, which in many parts of the world has led to women once again being forced to assume their traditional and domestic roles. International indicators and rankings show that the last years the situation of women has also been deteriorating in Slovenia. Verbal violence, denigration, humiliation, disparagement and intimidation, the practices that ought to have been considered to disband history, have proliferated. Even so, the recent parliamentary election in Slovenia held in April this year brought optimism and hope, with almost 40% of the elected MPs being women, the highest number recorded since Slovenia became independent 3 decades ago. Additionally, for the first time in history, a woman has been elected President of the National Assembly, which is indeed a watershed moment. Not only that 2 of 3 National Assemblies Vice Presidents are also women. Similar, half of the ministerial positions in the current government are occupied by women. This increase in representation is certainly a welcome step towards equal representation and overcoming the democratic deficit, although I do realize that we still have a long way to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Slovenia recognizes the importance of upholding human rights and gender equality and devotes particular attention to this issue. In adoption to the already adopted legislation, Slovenia is likewise preparing a new resolution on the national program for equal opportunities for women and men, especially aimed at overcoming stereotypes and sexism and ensuring that the gender equality perspective is included in all policies and measures. Adequate normative regulation, while an essential foundation, is insufficient to ensure equal representation. Even gender quotas specifying the smallest permissible percentage of female candidates will not be enough. Having said that, the quota system in Slovenia has somewhat helped increase the participation of women in politics, but has not dramatically improved women representation. Substantial progress in this area will only be achieved by changing mindsets and eliminating gender prejudice, stereotypes and sexism. This is a process that requires a change in social climate, personal beliefs and the functioning of society as a whole, from both men and women. At the National Assembly, we strive to make it in an environment more favorable to women, an environment of equal representation. With this in mind, the Women Parliamentarians Club was established 5 years ago, representing the form of cooperation that goes beyond party lines and give priority to women issues. Moreover, a special working body, the Commission on Petition and on Human Rights and Equal Opportunity, has been established during each term of the National Assembly, monitoring and examining, as its name suggests, issues referring to the implementations of human rights and fundamental freedoms, including matters pertaining to the implementation of policies regarding equal opportunities and equal participation of women and men in all areas of social life. Last year, we also adopted the Code of Ethics for Deputies of the National Assembly, which contains, among other things, provisions on accountability, dignity and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, as Member of Parliaments, we hold a mirror up to society while also setting a precedence for it to follow. So, if we succeed in making parliaments the environments with zero tolerance for sexism, discrimination and gender stereotypes, if we consistently point out and condemn such reprehensible practices and defy them, then the society will follow our lead. This will bring a change in mentality and behavior, restore trust in politics and raise political and general culture. It is therefore incumbent upon us to foster and develop these values and fundamental rights. Still, I have faith that the next time we celebrate the adoption of the action plan for gender-sensitive parliaments in 10 years' time, the IPU will be much more satisfied with the progress made on gender equality. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I now recognize the delegation of Equatorial Guinea, who will be followed by the delegation of Iceland.
Señora Presidenta,
President, speakers of national assemblies that belong to the IPU, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. I'm taking the floor at this 145th Assembly of the IPU, and I would like first of all to congratulate and on behalf of the Equatorial Guinea to thank the National Assembly and the people of Rwanda for their very warm welcome and their great hospitality welcoming our delegation. That reflects the legendary hospitality which is typical of this country of 1,000 hills. The 145th Assembly of the IPU adopted gender equality as its main theme, together with the gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. It's being held at a very important moment in the political and social life of Equatorial Guinea. It leads us to give deep thought to how our parliaments can contribute to gender equality so the world becomes more resilient and peaceful. It goes without saying that citizens, mindful of their rights, are now asking governments to participate more. They're asking for greater transparency, greater efficiency. Hence, the participation and active incorporation of women is not just a theoretical matter. Of course, when women have access to good education, to a good job, to health care, and a life free of violence, they have access to land and other basic needs. This not only improves women's standard of living together with that of their family, but leads to economic growth and an enhancement of quality of life in their communities. Equal rights for men and women is a long-standing promise and a challenge for every country. It's a public and private challenge. Equal rights in our countries, of course, but within the family and the community as well. Indeed, the government of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea feels that a strong, lively democracy is only possible when Parliament includes the entire population it's supposed to represent. Parliament in my country feels it cannot be fully inclusive until it comprises the full participation of equatorial women. Gender equality has been a recurrent item on the government's agenda. Over time, it has been making major steps forward in order to overcome difficulties encountered by women when it comes to truly playing an active part in society. We've adopted a provision which sets out a 35% quota for women in all the state bodies of Equatorial Guinea. This was proposed by the Democratic Party of Equatorial Guinea at the end of its 7th Ordinary Congress, which dates from 2021. I would like to report to the Assembly that the government of the Equatorial Guinea, through Decree 117, dated the 20th of September, has called for presidential elections. Likewise, the lower and upper houses and the various regional committees. Articles 3 and 4 of this decree have dissolved the lower house, the upper house, and these local entities. This is the first time that we will be applying the 35% quota for women. The government is seeking not only to benefit from the experience of women in political life and in parliament, but also the idea is to create tools and mechanisms which will foster greater inclusion and participation of women in these various structures on an equal footing with men. In terms of the executive in my country, we also have a special department which deals with gender equality. It has been appointing, and we have appointed a ministry to promote women, and so on and so forth. We have a ministry for gender equality, the condition of women, and we have a minister for social matters and gender equality. That shows how important gender issues are for us. We are strengthening legislation to strive for gender equality. Equality between men and women permeates work in Parliament, including the Speaker of Parliament and the Vice Speaker of Parliament are women in this legislative session, which is just coming to an end. Furthermore, we have set up a parliamentary infrastructure that is gender sensitive. We want to ensure that men and women parliamentarians share the same responsibilities and promote gender equality, improve gender sensitive parliamentary work. Of course, thanks to this progress, the government and parliament are mindful of the fact that it is still necessary to make greater efforts in order to meet the commitments of Equatorial Guinea on an international level in this area. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I now give the floor to Iceland, to be followed by Eswatini.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to come here and say a few words about our very vital theme, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. Gender equality is an important priority in policy for the Icelandic government, both domestically and in our foreign policy. A great effort has been put into advancing public debate and research on gender issues. This subject remains an integral part of our policy to strengthen social well-being and securing equal opportunity for all genders. Iceland has topped the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index for 13 years in a row, making it the country with the narrowest gender gap in the world. In particular, we rank high on women's educational achievements and women's political empowerment. Today, 47.6% of parliamentarians in Iceland are women, as well as our Prime Minister. Of course, it's great news that we are on the top again, but it does not mean that gender equality has been achieved. It imposes a responsibility on us as a leading state to do whatever we can to be even better and set a good example. Promoting gender equality in Iceland is based on the conviction that gender equality is a human right. Moreover, evidence shows that in societies where the struggle for gender equality has been most successful, the social and economic rights of the public are greater. I also want to stress the significance of engaging men to promote women's rights and gender equality. This involves changing notions of traditional perceptions of manhood and requires men to question power dynamics in their actions. Men need to be engaged as gender advocates, speaking out as active agents who can transform social norms and gender stereotypes that prolong inequality. Recently, the government of Iceland has introduced many legislations aiming to increase equality and end sexual and gender-based violence, most recent being legislative changes in the penal code to tackle the increase online gender-based violence. Also, Iceland passed a law in 2010 requiring companies to have at least 40% of women or men on their boards. Another important key to end gender inequalities is women's financial independence. For women to take equal part in the labor market, we must create the environment that enables them to do so. The issue is complex, but we do have some effective tools to guide us. For example, paid parental leave for all genders and affordable childcare. None of those tools were major political issues until women became involved in politics. But when those tools were used correctly, not just women gained more opportunities, but men also got involved in embracing the evolution of equality. Moreover, women increased participation in peace processing and in post-conflict resolutions is vital for creating sustainable peace. The Icelandic government has advocated that women participate as equally as men in peace processes and that women participate in all formal and informal peace negotiations, peace agreements, and peace building. Dear Presidents and colleagues, the global pandemic of COVID-19 has taught us many important lessons. One of them, seeing how vulnerable the gains we have made towards gender equality truly are. The pandemic has fundamentally impacted gender equality in both the workplace and at home, rolling back years of progress. Furthermore, the climate crisis is already having devastating effects on peace and security. When people are displaced, women and girls are inherently subject to vulnerable situations and are therefore under greater threat of gender-based violence. This is now tragically on display in Ukraine because of Russia's horrendous invasion. Millions have fled their homes to seek shelter in neighboring countries. Our thoughts are with the innocent people of Ukraine who are suffering and those who are displaced seeking shelter. The horrific invasion has had devastating consequences, and I greatly appreciate that the IPU is on its way to make a clear statement on the war in Ukraine. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Eswatini, who will be followed by Timor-Leste.
Madam President, President of the IPU, Secretary General, Honorable Presiding Officers, Honorable Parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my genuine gratitude to the IPU President for inviting the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini to participate in the 145th IP Assembly. May I further extend our heartfelt appreciation to the government of the Republic of Rwanda for the warm reception upon our arrival. Madam President, the 145th IPU Assembly, theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliament as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful change, sets the stage for lively debate on gender-sensitive parliaments free from sexism, harassment, and violence against women. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes gender equality as a prerequisite for progress across all its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. SDG number 5, the Gender Equality Goal, includes a specific indicator that commits countries to put in place legal frameworks which promote, enforce, and monitor gender equality and develops systems to ensure full participation in public life. Further, equal representation of women in leadership matters, not only for achieving gender equality, but also for making sound decisions in the political arena. The workplace and every area of public life. Moreover, equal leadership ensures that diverse perspectives and voices make it to decision-making fora, including Parliament. In line with the IPU's plan for action for gender-sensitive parliaments, a gender-sensitive parliament is defined as one that responds to the needs and interests of both men and women in its composition, structures, operations, methods, and work. In that regard, Eswatini has taken great strides in ensuring gender equality through national constitution, and the country has guaranteed the rights of women, and several national laws provide for the rights of women and gender mainstreaming, equality and equity. Madam President, the Kingdom of Eswatini, through the enactment of the Constitution and other pieces of legislation, has made considerable strides in observing gender equality. I will list a few provisions of the constitutions which address the issues of gender equality. Section 79 provides that the system of government for Eswatini is a democratic, participatory, Tinkhundla-based system which emphasizes the devolution of state power from central government to Tinkhundla areas and individual merit as a basis for collection and appointment to public office. Hence, I can boldly say men and women are accorded equal opportunities in Eswatini. Section 28 provides that women have the right to equal treatment with men. That right shall include equal opportunities in political, economic, and social activities. The section further provides that government shall provide facilities and opportunities necessary to enhance the welfare of women, enabling them to realize their full potential and advancement. Section 59 provides that the state shall afford equality of economic opportunity to all citizens, and in particular, the state shall take all necessary steps so to ensure full integration of women in the mainstream of economic development. Section 84 provides that women of Eswatini and other marginalized groups have a right to equitable representation in Parliament and other public structures. It further provides that where at the first meeting of the House after any general election, it appears that female members of Parliament will not constitute at least 30% of the total membership of Parliament, the House shall form itself into electoral college and elect not more than 4 women qualified to be members of Parliament on a regional basis to the House. National laws that have been put in place are as follows. The election of women members to the House of Assembly, Act of 2018. This piece of legislation gives effect to the above constitutional provision, which stipulates that where at the first meeting of the House after any general election, it appears that female members of Parliament will not constitute at least 30% of the total membership of Parliament. Instead, the House shall form itself into an electoral college and elect not more than 4 women qualified to be members of Parliament on a regional basis to the House. The Senate Elections Act of 2013, the piece of legislation, provides for the manner of election senators in terms of selection of the Constitution, as it provides at least 50% of the elected senators should be women. In conclusion, Eswatini, there are no barriers substantively, structurally, culturally to women full participation in decision-making positions. For example, both the House of Assembly and Senate have a fair number of women. Equal parliamentary committees and country delegations, including the IPU committee, also have a good representation of women and men. Once again, thank you for awarding me
Merci beaucoup,
this
cher
opportunity.
collègue.
Thank you very much, dear colleague.
I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
La parole est...
I now recognize Timor-Leste, followed by the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC.
I would like to start by thanking the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Donatille Mukabaliza, and the Rwandan authorities for their magnificent hospitality and for the way the Timor-Leste delegation was received. I extend my thanks to the Inter-Parliamentary Union, in the person of its President, MP Duarte Pacheco, and Secretary General Mr. Martin Chungong, who once again have given us the opportunity to gather in this General Assembly and to discuss at the highest level one of the issues of greatest concern to humanity, and which is at the root of persistent problems that afflict our society: gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. Once again, with the insight and timeliness that we have become accustomed to, the Inter-Parliamentary Union seeks to find a way forward that provides parliaments around the world with answers on how to contribute to this debate in a more global and effective way. We live in a world of crisis, whether it's a health crisis, climate crisis, armed conflicts, or the social, economic, and security consequences. They all have something in common. None of them is gender neutral. For instance, the COVID-19 pandemic resulted, among other negative effects, in increased violence against women and girls. And the economic crisis that followed hit women harder than men. During the climate crisis, women are at a greater risk of sexual exploitation, trafficking, and forced marriage, and this also has a strong gender dimension. These multiple crises threaten to reverse the progress made in the recent decades in advancing gender equality, and, more generally, sustainable development that tries to avoid leaving anyone behind. Gender equality in decision-making is good for sustainable development, peace and the environment. Evidence shows that building gender parity in governance can create conditions for better policies in all these areas. History has shown that when faced with crisis, societies are better off investing in gender equality as a sustainable, effective and inclusive response. Distinguished guests, Rwanda is a prime example. Through a gender-sensitive constitution, Rwanda has achieved and even surpassed gender parity in parliament, with now over 60% women in the lower house. I'm also proud to say that in my country, Timor-Leste, we have also achieved a remarkable number of women in parliament. Currently, we are the country in Asia with the highest percentage of women in parliament, reaching almost 40%. We started with a well-designed, well-established quota in the electoral law, giving us a minimum of 33% female participation. And now we have 40% women parliamentarians, which means that the quota system has worked, and the participation of women is now higher than the quota established. Madam President, Madam Speaker, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, Parliament should tackle inequalities in practice and in law, and help make societies more equal and resilient. Their action must be grounded in a strong gender-sensitive legal and policy framework that enables parliaments to be transformed into institutions that respect and incorporate gender equality into their work. National Parliament of Timor-Leste, in its Strategic Plan 2017-2022, has made gender equality as a cross-cutting objective by introducing mechanisms and skills to mainstream gender inter-parliamentary work. We also have a women caucus, which is the Timor-Leste Parliamentary Women's Group. We understand that there is still a long way to go. There is still much reflection to be done. But as parliamentarians, we have the mission to build more resilient, peaceful and prosperous societies in face of multifaceted crises. We, as parliamentarians, must continue to show the way. Dear colleagues, finally, the fight against inequalities begins with the recognition that equality is humanity. If we see equality, we see humanity, and men and women should have the same opportunities. It is urgent to bring down certain dogmas and invent new ways to make our societies more open and inclusive for all. Our future depends on us. Thank you.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you, dear colleague. The floor now goes to the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC. And they will be followed by the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, IDEA.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, corruption disproportionately affects vulnerable populations, including women and children. More than $2.6 trillion has lost to corruption annually, affecting not only the economic growth but also aggravating the existing gender inequalities. The COVID-19 pandemic has also showed how the salience of corruption in public health services can undermine gains in women's empowerment, as they constitute almost 70% of healthcare workforce. Last year, the Unguess Against Corruption highlighted diversity and inclusion as agents for change. The 2011 World Bank report suggested that having more women in parliaments is correlated to lower level of corruption. However, women are not sufficiently represented at all levels of decision-making processes. Female lawmakers only hold 26.1% of total parliamentary seats worldwide, which not only hinders change from taking place, but also implies that the gender equality is still far below the expected rate. The Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, believes that anti-corruption and gender equality efforts tend to be mutually reinforcing, and that synergies between the two can strengthen policy decisions in achieving a more resilient world. Distinguished delegates, ensuring transparent public accountability and governance systems that are responsive to women's needs is imperative in reducing the gendered impact of corruption. Parliaments must be at the center of building more robust gender-responsive legal and policy framework. GOPAC in this regard is a distinctive platform for parliamentarians to work together, collaborate, and advocate means to combat corruption and advance good governance at the global level. We encourage women and those who are affected by public decision to be involved in the decision-making process. We push for more access to women's presence in the legislative bodies and key policy-making positions. We also call for assessment of gender equality in the public recruitment processes and their representation at higher level points. Women's participation in public sector expenditure analysis is also needed to assess the impact of public spending decisions on women's rights. GOPAC hereby calls parliaments around the world to implement the gender-responsive budgeting and public monitoring of budget, enforcing stronger oversight of government funds that better respond to women's priorities. Lastly, GOPAC calls for increasing gender-sensitive anti-corruption policies and, in turn, corruption-sensitive gender policies. These include reanalyzing and strengthening anti-corruption legislative frameworks to a gender lens. To this end, we encourage parliaments to engage with women's groups and civil society organizations who are at front lines of this work as important allies in the fight against corruption. The time is now to address gender dimension of corruption, recovering stronger with integrity and gender equality. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, colleague. The floor now goes to the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, IDEA, and they will be followed by the UN Women. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, after the introductory remarks of my Executive Director, Sima Bahous, at the opening of this assembly, I am here today to represent UN Women. I would like to share a huge thank you to the parliamentarians of Rwanda as our hosts for their extremely warm hospitality. We have learned so much from you, and your experience is truly inspiring. Allow me to also thank the IPU for the close partnership that we have had over many years and for dedicating the topic of this general debate to the issue of gender equality. Over the last decade, UN Women has worked closely with approximately 80 parliaments around the world. So on behalf of my UN Women colleagues around the world, I would like to say a huge greeting to all of you delegates coming from parliaments in different countries. Honorable members, as we've heard over the past 4 days, you have a very key role to play in ensuring gender-equal societies. As both lawmakers and overseers of legislations, you are the real drivers of change. Several delegations over the past 4 days have told us how they have achieved 50-50 gender parity in elected office. This is truly remarkable. For those of you who have not yet achieved 50-50, I would encourage you to apply temporary special measures or quotas. We know that quotas work. They work to ensure fast-tracking to achieve parity in legislative offices. As several speakers have said over the past days, it's not only about the numbers, but it's also important about the impact of having more women in elected office. Specifically, I would encourage you to focus on adopting the necessary gender-responsive legislation. Discriminatory laws hold back women and girls from reaching their full potential in too many countries. We know that we are not yet on track at achieving the Sustainable Development Goals because of this type of legislation. It is also essential to ensure gender-responsive policies and budget making, as we have heard. Finally, one issue that is of grave importance is violence against women in politics. There's increasing levels of violence against women in politics, and it is important for you and your legislators to ensure measures to reduce this violence against your colleagues. Finally, I would just like to say that UN Women stands with the women and girls that are victims of all conflicts, be they in Afghanistan, Ukraine, Yemen, and others. We also salute the strong work that women are doing in conflict, and particularly in Ukraine, where women are playing a leading role in politics, in humanitarian, and even in the military. UN Women also stands with the women of Iran in their rightful demands to protest injustice without reprisal and to exercise their bodily autonomy. We support them in demanding their basic human rights. UN Women stands ready to continue our cooperation to ensure women's leadership and women's full equality. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the representative of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria.
Qui sera suivi par la...
They will be followed by the Asian Parliamentary Assembly.
Good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament. The Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria is the largest international funder for tuberculosis and malaria and the second largest funder for HIV. We're also the largest multilateral grant funder for health system strengthening and the primary funder for all of the non-vaccine components of the COVID-19 response in low and middle income countries, including tests, treatments, and personal protective equipment for health workers. Gender equity and removing gender-related barriers to accessing health services is essential for progress against infectious diseases. This is especially true for HIV. Here in sub-Saharan Africa, adolescent girls and young women are disproportionately impacted. While young women ages 15 to 24 are 10% of the population in this region, they represent 25% of HIV infections. Meeting this challenge through investments that advance gender equity and meet the needs of young women at risk for HIV is a critical component of the new strategy for 2023 to 2028 that our board approved last year. To keep young women and girls HIV-free, the Global Fund supports programs that consider the many aspects of their lives that can protect them from or make them more vulnerable to HIV. Between 2018 and 2020, Global Fund investments in HIV prevention and testing for adolescent girls and young women increased 107% in 13 priority countries where the HIV burden is highest: Botswana, Cameroon, Eswatini, Kenya, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Each country and community tailors its approach to its own needs. The key elements of a comprehensive package of services include adolescent-friendly HIV prevention interventions and comprehensive sexuality education, scaling up HIV treatment programs tailored to meet the needs of adolescent girls and young women living with HIV, keeping girls in school, providing safe spaces for girls to discuss challenges and raise concerns, equipping young women to be economically independent, preventing and responding to gender-based violence, and ensuring adolescent girls and young women can participate in program design and implementation. The Global Fund also recognizes that ending HIV for adolescent girls and young women also means working with boys and men to transform cultural and social norms that continue to drive infections. This includes ensuring that men at high risk of HIV infection are tested and supported to start and stay on treatment. Failing to provide the funding needed to address this challenge would have grave consequences. Projections show that the number of women in the 15 to 24 age group in sub-Saharan Africa will grow by an estimated 40% over the next decade. Without the political will to increase health and development budgets, we risk dramatic increases in HIV in the coming years. Parliamentarians are the key to building and sustaining that political will. Your commitment and hard work to meet this challenge is what will finally bring the HIV-free world we all want. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Asian Parliamentary Assembly, to be followed by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It is a great honor for me to participate in the 145th IPU Assembly in the beautiful city of Kigali. I would like to express my gratitude to the people, the Parliament, and the government of Rwanda for the warm hospitality, and also thank the IPU Secretariat for the necessary arrangements. The history and experience of this country in the last few decades has left many valuable lessons for the continent of Africa and the world, and I hope this Assembly will provide an opportunity to introduce more features of this land, its people, and its experience to the world. For the people of Rwanda and the countries of the region of Great Lakes, I wish sustainable peace and security and comprehensive development and prosperity. Due to time constraint, it is not possible to address various dimensions of all the important issues to be deliberated by the this Assembly. For the sake of brevity, I would like to merely touch on the positive efforts made within the theme under discussion by all parliamentary organizations. Dear colleagues, considering the positive approaches of the Asian Parliamentary Assembly for women's status in parliamentary affairs and a bid to attach greater importance to their enhanced participation and representation in political, cultural, and public decision-making as prerequisites for the legitimacy of democracies and human rights. Therefore, APA decided to establish the coordinating meeting of APA women parliamentarians to meet annually at the time of APA plenary sessions as an important gesture indicating APA's focus on the matters of specific concern to women. In effect, promotion of women's status in Asia at national, regional, and international levels is one of the key objectives pursued by the APA Special Committee. In the resolution on APA women parliamentarians, following items have been underlined: adoption of legislation by APA member parliaments to facilitate women's representation in Asian parliaments. APA women parliamentarians are encouraged to lead by example and place the interests of women at the heart of policy and decision-making as an endeavor to encourage and engage more women into policies. Information and awareness campaigns for promoting the integration of women into political participation and decision-making with a view to facilitate reaching national and international parliamentary institutions is recommended. APA member parliaments are encouraged to recognize the concerns of women and to promote gender equality and empowerment of women with respect to national, cultural, and particularities of the member states. Finally, I deem it necessary to remind that in respect of support for human rights and democracy as well as women's rights, we must take great care not to fall into the trap of mediocrity, because one of the plagues of democracy in today's world is the images created and manipulated by the media outlets instead of focus on reality. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, colleague. I now give the floor to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, to be followed by Tunisia.
Madam President, IPU Secretary General, Right Honorable Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. In line with the theme of this assembly, the CPA is committed to strengthening gender representation and parity in all CPA parliaments and legislatures. At the recent Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, which held in Halifax, Canada, the CPA amended its constitution to increase women representation on the Executive Committee as well as delegates to the annual conference. This demonstrates the commitment within the CPA family to strengthen gender equality and representation in our parliaments. While there are numerous examples of women changemakers across the Commonwealth and the wider world achieving extraordinary progress in advancing gender equality, the responsibility to re-gender parliaments should not be seen as an additional burden placed on women parliamentarians alone. Rather, gender balance and gender sensitivity can only be achieved when all stakeholders bond and band together in addressing and eradicating harmful practices and procedures, formal and informal rules, norms, behaviors, barriers, and restrictive cultures. It is the CPA's belief that parliaments must work to become gender-sensitive institutions, meaning they ought to recognize the detrimental effect of gender suppression and disenfranchisement and must actively champion gender equality. To do this, CPA, through the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Network, continues to advocate and encourage parliamentarians of all genders to include gender perspectives in all aspects of their role, budgeting, legislation, oversight, and representation. Let me cite three other areas that the CPA has continued to work on to promote gender-sensitive parliaments. One is CPA Gender Sensitizing Parliaments Guidelines. The second is Gender-Sensitive Reviews, which has 4 strands: equality of participation within Parliament, parliamentary infrastructure, parliament culture, gender equality policy, and the third is a 7-step field guide, which has these steps: 1, understanding gender sensitivity; 2, embracing gender-sensitive parliament principles; 3, preparing a team and strategy; performing initial diagnostics; 5, preparing the review, collecting data; 6, reporting of findings and making recommendations; and 7, monitoring progress. These reviews will form part of CWP's flagship activities for 2022 and 2023, and it is anticipated that the project will expand into 2024. In conclusion, I encourage all delegates to visit the CPA website to assess the guidelines and field guides and other related information. Before I resume my seat, may I commend to the IPU the anthem of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians. And it says, all across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer to be in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Tunisia, who will be followed by Fiji.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيدة.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, President of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, Speaker or President of the General Assembly of the IPU, dear colleagues. I would like to convey my greetings and thank Rwanda. I would like to send my greetings to the President of Rwanda and the Parliament and great people of Rwanda. May I convey the greetings of Tunisia. May I convey the greetings of the Tunisian parliamentarians. And I would also like to convey greetings from the Speaker Mr. Ranucci, and I would always like to convey the greetings of the first vice chairman or vice speaker of our assembly. I come from the capital of women in the Muslim world. I come from Tunisia. As you know, the independence of our country, the creation of our republic, are bound up with the values of modernity and the emancipation of Tunisian women. In 1956, we became independent, and we also adopted a law which banned polygamy. I would like to talk about the Jasmine Revolution as well. During the Jasmine Revolution, Tunisian women agreed to many sacrifices. They sacrificed a lot to set up democracy in Tunisia. Tunisian women are widely respected throughout the Muslim world. After independence, after the revolution, we had a major difficulty. We had to combine Islam and democracy. We had to combine Islam and modernity. But thanks to God, with the help of God, we had a head of state elected, and he was able to take up the challenge. Within our parliament, we were able to hold out another example which honors Arab women. We adopted laws to ban violence against women, and we have many other laws in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jasmine Spring in Tunisia was an aborted attempt in the end, but on the 25th of July 2022, that was a very dark date in our history. There was a coup d'etat by a president, and the unity of parliamentarians was threatened. Many men and women parliamentarians in Tunisia have been threatened. They cannot access health care. They can no longer travel to get medical care. I stand before you today to say that we are here to listen to our people. We are here to listen to the men and women who make up our country. The spirit of the IPU is democracy, and I would urge you to show solidarity with the Tunisian parliament so it can recover its former status. I would call on you to show solidarity with the members of our parliament. 207 people, including 57 women, are threatened with capital punishment in accordance with our law. Please show solidarity with our parliament, which represents the people. If you fail to support us, if the parliament fails, then democracy in the Arab world will fail as well. We place our trust in you. We place our trust in parliamentarians from around the world. You are free parliamentarians. You are free women. You uphold democracy. And thanks to God, Tunisia will no doubt recover its democracy, and we will meet again soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now give the floor to Fiji, the Speaker of the Fiji Parliament, who will be our last speaker on list A.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Speakers, and Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate and thank the Parliament of Rwanda for the excellent and successful hosting of the 145th IPU Assembly. Allow me to share with you the Fijian Parliament's initiatives for addressing gender equality and the empowerment of women. I want to emphasize at the outset that gender equality and women's empowerment are crucial for sustainable development and inclusive growth. It is a sad fact that in the arena of politics and leadership, women are still way behind their male counterparts. Globally, as you well know, women represent approximately about only 25% of members of parliament. In Fiji, at the last election of 2018, 10 women out of 51 members were elected to parliament. In 2020, this increased to 11, following the resignation and replacement of a male MP by a female MP who was next on the party list. Fiji is ranked 4th amongst the Pacific Island countries, excluding Australia and New Zealand, in a region where approximately only 9% of MPs are women. Of course, in the Pacific, because of traditional cultures, have a strong influence. Gender roles are often dictated by culture, traditional systems. This is gradually unraveling, but only slowly. There is also an underrepresentation of women as election candidates in Fiji, accounting for only 24% of candidates in 2018. Interestingly, in that election, there was about 35% success rate, with 20 out of 56 women candidates making it to the party listings, with 10 eventually entering parliament. These trends often reflect the broader gender inequality in society. And the question that must be asked is, what initiatives could be taken by Parliament to support gender-sensitive parliaments and to advance equal participation of women in all aspects of parliamentary work? In our next election, which takes place sometimes this year, candidates will be vying for 55 seats, an increase of 4 from the current 51. I sincerely hope that on this occasion, the number of women candidates would be much more than on the previous occasions. We, as speakers and members of Parliament, can make Parliament a more welcoming and socially inclusive space if we make it more gender-sensitive and if we provide the facilitating mechanisms that attracts and aspires women leaders. The Fijian Parliament has already taken some steps towards making this a reality. We have a systematic mechanism that is aimed at addressing gender equality through the Parliament's standing orders, which makes it mandatory for standing committees to undertake gender analysis. When committees are undertaking reviews of legislation or oversight of government ministries and so forth, they must ensure full considerations of the principles of gender equality so that all matters are considered regarding the impacts and benefits on both men and women equally. There is a gender toolkit available that committees and MPs must use to assist them in scrutinizing legislation from a gender perspective. It is very important that parliaments not only adopt progressive standing orders but also provide guidance to members so that they can effectively put these into their parliamentary practices. One of the positive impacts of this initiative is that government ministries and statutory bodies now include data on gender in their submissions to standing committees and annual reports that are tabled in Parliament. By including gender analysis in the work of standing committees, we can help strengthen women's empowerment and, crucially, ensure that the issues that affect women and girls are always included in decision-making processes. In addition to the standing orders, we have the Commonwealth Women Parliamentary Fiji Group, which is part of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's Women's Parliamentarians Network. The CWP Fiji is focused on building the capacities of women MPs to fulfill their roles more effectively in Parliament and as leaders in their communities. Furthermore, the group undertakes social work and ongoing advocacy on women's issues, such as breast cancer, post-disaster relief for women, HIV/AIDS, and encouraging Fijian women to aspire to leadership and politics. These are some of the actions that we are progressing with to make Parliament a gender-friendly place and thereby attracting more women into politics and national leadership. And as speakers and members of Parliament, we must take pragmatic actions to make this a reality and ensure that they are works in progress. Honourable Chair, I thank you.
Je vous remercie.
I would like to thank you, sir. Dear friends, now we're going to go on to list C, second speakers from delegations. The first speaker will be the representative of France, to be followed by the representative of Japan.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam. Dear colleagues, I also wanted to endorse what has been said about the excellent organization and wonderful welcome of our Rwandan friends. In France, law would not have sufficed, would not have enabled me to take the floor here as an MP. According to the law in France, all parties have to have 50% women and 50% men during standing for legislative elections. But there was something very systematic about things. Women were listed in voting areas which were deemed impossible to win. In other words, women don't particularly like fighting for lost causes, but it required a lot of political will on the part of our president, Emmanuel Macron, and his party. Indeed, he wanted women to be elected in areas where they could really win. And when I was elected in 2017, therefore, I was able to join the first group in French Parliament, which comprised 50% men and 50% women. I was used to being about the only woman in many groups, and so I can see now that strength lies in numbers. People talk about parity. I talk about strength lying in numbers. If you have as many women as men in a majority, just being a woman, that's not a fact. It's not subject to discussion. It's just the way things are. And I was able to be elected in French political life at a time when I could benefit from everything my predecessors had achieved. When you're an MP, you deal with serious matters pertaining to women, miscarriage, violence, family violence within the family. I'm convinced of the fact that all women want these topics to be addressed by women who've been elected, because it's not enough just to share things. I'd like to quote Simone de Beauvoir: never forget that the political, religious, or economic crisis suffices to call the women's status into question. Women's rights are never to be taken for granted. Thank you. I now give the floor to Japan, who will be followed by Guyana.
Good afternoon. I'm Toriyama, a member of the Japanese House of Consuls and the deputy head of the delegation from Japan. Japan does not rank highly in some international indices related to the gender equality. In 2018, the Japanese government addressed this by passing the Act on the Promotion of the Gender Equality in the Political Field, and the results of this legislation are beginning to appear. For example, in the House of Consuls elections, in July this year, record number of the women stood as candidates and more women were elected than ever before. I'm confident women's perspective will have an ever-increasing influence upon the parliamentary activity. In June this year, Japan passed the Children's Basic Law, which defines the objective for the protecting children's rights, as well as a law to create the agency for the children and families. These laws support a child raising and a child development policy across multiple agencies. To initiate the discussion and advocate the importance of such an agency, I personally submitted a proposal to the Prime Minister and established the study groups within the Liberal Democratic Party and among my fellow parliamentarians. There are many issues to be resolved as quickly as possible in order to protect and further the rights of the women and children. My experience of parliamentary activity has made me actually aware of the importance of the gender equality and the gender-sensitive parliaments. I will continue to do my best to promote balanced gender equality and child welfare in Japan and around the world. I will do my best to continue to promoting balanced gender equality that is aligned to the Japanese social cultural context, for example, by ensuring that we do not sacrifice our freedom of expression. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at such a globally important conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Guyana, who will be followed by Canada.
Madam Chairwoman, colleagues, we meet here in Kigali under the theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. I assure you that my government and country support equality and equal treatment in all its facets and across every sector of society. Concomitantly, we eschew and strike down the scourge of discrimination whenever it raises its ugly head in any form or fashion. Naturally, therefore, we embrace the thematic objective of this conference and we pledge our unwavering support to the IPU Assembly as it strives to prosecute this noble ideal. I am reminded of the admonition of Dr. Martin Luther King, who once wrote, "Peace is not the absence of war, but the presence of justice. Inequality in any form, including gender inequality, is the very antithesis of justice. Without justice, there can be no peace." Although gender equality is entrenched in the Charter of the United Nations and in the fundamental guarantees of governing instruments of similar organizations across the globe and are in the constitutions and laws of most countries, the reality is starkly different. For example, only 3 in 193 countries surveyed have 50 or more female membership in their parliament. 143 countries have below 30% female membership, and still yet several countries have no women representation in their parliament. These are staggering statistics in a world where female gender outnumbers the male gender. So, colleagues, we have a lot of work to do, and a good start is to push for legislation to be implemented in member states that would engender greater gender parity in their parliaments, while we continue to canvass for the removal of all institutional, systematic structures, legislation, policies and programs which perpetuate gender inequality across the state's apparatus. Let us therefore resolve to move resolutely to make the theme of this conference a reality. Our failure will certainly result in greater human rights tragedies and societal stagnation, and indeed the global peace for which we strive will continue to elude us. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I now recognize Canada, to be followed by Australia.
Thank you. Colleagues, as the IPU proposes action to increase the number of women serving in parliaments, I implore you to go further and recognize that equality means more than filling quotas. Across the world, including in my country of Canada, we need to do more to ensure women in politics have both parity in numbers and real power in decision-making processes. Tokenization is not equality. Rather, tokenization perpetuates the status quo of entrenched patriarchy. Therefore, in conjunction with efforts to increase the number of women serving in parliaments, the IPU must also be working to ensure women parliamentarians are free to constructively criticize their own political parties or governments, that is, to speak truth to power and to independently enact legislative change. Most importantly, women must be able to do these things without having to fight through layers of patriarchal roadblocks or facing reprisal, demotion, harassment, or violence within their political systems for doing so. Access to Parliament shouldn't just be for women who are deemed acceptable by the political ruling class. A woman's age, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religious denomination, how she wears her hair, or what she wears to work should not determine whether or not she has access to political decision-making. So as this debate concludes, I encourage all colleagues here not to accept tokenization as a substitute for women having real political power, and to undertake all efforts to fight for women to be truly equal participants in our political processes. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I now recognize Australia, to be followed by Norway.
Dear colleagues, including women in workforce is a very rewarding strategy. Norway is a wealthy country. Most people assume this is due to our oil and gas industry. It is, but that is only a part of the story. An equally important factor is women in the labor force. My grandmother was one of the first women who got a driving license in Norway for almost 100 years ago. Women in work is a pillar of our welfare state and has played a key role in our economic growth. We must also make use of women as a resource in business management. Norway was the first country to introduce a legal requirement that 40% of board members in all publicly owned and listed companies must be women. We can only secure the best leadership talent if we recruit women as well as men. Dear colleagues, I also want to use this opportunity to strongly condemn Russia's massive war and terror against Ukrainian civilians and civilian infrastructure. Attacks against civilians are illegal and it's a war crimes. My home country, Norway, have a common border with Russia, and we are concerned about an escalation of the conflict and the consequences for the energy export from Norway to Europe. An escalation of the conflict will have a dramatic and tragic consequence for millions of civilians. War is no solution to conflict and in no way frames gender equality among civilians. It is often women and children who suffer. Thank you very much.
Je remercie.
I would like to thank Norway. Is Australia present in the room? No. I would like to give the floor to Ukraine. Ukraine.
Honorable attenders, my name is Jean Belenyuk, and I am Ukrainian MP, and I am a sportsman, an Olympic champion in Greco-Roman wrestling. But my father, Vincent Digajimana, came from Rwanda. He studied aviation in Ukraine. He was a pilot. In recent decades, relationship between Ukraine and Africa were not very close. But with internal problems and trying to get over our colonial past. And believe me, Ukraine was indeed treated as a colony of Russian Empire. We were all too busy with standing up for our basic rights, culture, language, identity. Today, as we have done away with the yokes of oppression, it is time to move forward, to break the walls of misunderstanding and suspicion between us, and build the bridges of cooperation and empathy. My personal story shows that we are much closer than we might think. Indeed, many African students are studying in Ukraine. I myself helped many of them to relocate to safe areas. And after the start of Russian full-scale aggression. And I have a dream that one day Russia get out from my country. Thank you. And sons of Ukraine and Africa will live as one big family, united in the spirit of friendship and love for freedom, that we will pursue each other's problems as our own, that we will be no longer to be indifferent to each other's concerns and views. It is very personal for me, equality of origins, sexes, beliefs. And I will do everything in my power to make this dream possible. For the sake of past, our present, and our common bright future. Thank you.
Дякую. To Mexique.
Thank you. I now recognize Mexico.
He looks like he means.
Good evening. I am honored to be here with all of you representatives from 172 countries of the people of these countries. The subjects we have addressed during these past days are of the utmost importance: women's rights, the protection of our environment, the protection and development of our youth, are world problems, and as world problems must be addressed collectively. We cannot address them individually, each country by ourselves. We need to act collectively. With regards to the issue at hand, in Mexico we have had huge advances in the political spaces that women undertake. But we still have a long way to go. Electoral law reforms have placed an obligation on the Mexican state to enforce spaces, quotas for women, to assign these political opportunities and roles of directive. It's obvious to say that reverting decades of being insensitive to women's needs is not easy, but we are solving it through various fronts. We are advancing the education, the opportunities, the respect, the equal pay, the higher political positions for women. In our Congress, we have 50% women, more than the 26% average of the world. Our President, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, has assigned equal cabinet position for women. We still have a long way to go, but with great enthusiasm, I can tell you that we are very close to having our first president, women president, in Mexico. After 74 presidents and 2 emperors, all men in our history, we're close to having a woman president. It will set an example to all Mexican society, and especially to young women, that their dreams may come true and that Mexico is really changing. I have a very deep faith in the future. I see it with anxious eyes and hope that we together can work responsibly and ethically towards building a better world. Thank you very much for all of your time.
Merci beaucoup au Mexique.
Thank you, Mexico. I now give the floor to Armenia.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, I represent the Republic of Armenia, which is small in area, but has given the world such great people as Shahla Aznavour, William Saroyan, the first female diplomat in the world, Diana Abgar, and others. One of the priorities in Armenia is the importance of equality between women and men in public life. In the Armenian parliament, 38 of the 103 deputies are women. However, I will not touch upon this issue in details. I will talk about the role of the Armenian woman on the battlefield. On September 13, Azerbaijan unleashed a new aggression against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Armenia, which was accompanied by war crimes, cases of intentional targeting of the civilian population and infrastructure, and gross violations of international and humanitarian law. In this regard, there are many evidence of torture of captured servicemen, extrajudicial killings, cruel treatment of Armenian prisoners of war. The bodies of Armenian female servicemen were mutilated with particular cruelty, stripped, then videotaped by Azerbaijani servicemen and published on social networks. Video footage of these atrocities shows pills of mutilated and beheaded Armenian soldiers, including the female servicemen. In the video, she appears naked with both arms and legs cut off. One of her eyes was gouged out and replaced with stones. Her fingers were cut and were shoved in her mouth. Azerbaijani soldiers marked the name of Azerbaijani Special Forces Yashma on her tortured body. The whole process of the video shooting is accompanied by laughter and jokes of Azerbaijani soldiers. Dear colleagues, female servicemen were not killed with horrific cruelty only because they were Armenians, not only because they were soldiers, but because they were women. Later, we also had another terrifying video that has spread on social networks. Azerbaijani soldiers shoot a group of Armenian prisoners of war in the sovereign territory of Armenia. For sure, such atrocities are the result of the consistent state policy of Armenophobia in Azerbaijan, which is carried out in state level, manifested in all possible spheres of public life. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the important role of international community aimed at preventing such kind of war crimes through taking appropriate measures holding Azerbaijan's aggression. Thank you.
Chers collègues, nous...
Colleagues, we will now conclude the general debate for this morning and resume at 2:30 with the young parliamentarians. Thank you very much for your attention, but before we adjourn, I'll give the floor to Iran for a right of reply.
L'Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, the parliamentary delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, in exercising its rights of reply to the baseless allegations made by representatives of Norway, New Zealand, Netherlands, and the others, would like to refer to the following. The Islamic Republic of Iran is a pioneer in promoting and supporting the inherent rights and dignity of humans, including women. This is in accordance with Islamic teachings and in the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran. My delegation, while rejecting these baseless allegations and slogans which are precisely used by the separatist group, is a clear violation of the principles and regulations of international law, including non-intervention in our country's internal affairs. In order to enlighten the noble body about the claims on the case of Miss Mahsa Amini, we emphasize that all necessary measures in this regard were presented by the three heads of executive, judiciary, and legislative bodies of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And the Islamic Republic of Iran advises other countries, especially the Norwegians, as one of the important purposes of women smuggling. Instead of crying crocodile tears about the situation of women's rights in Iran, it is better to resolve its compulsory shock therapy done without the consent of women as a manifestation of women's rights to eliminate violence against them, especially women and children of Sami. At the end, I would like to ask the representatives of the Norwegian delegation why they have yet to issue a statement or comment on the death of thousands of Iranian women and children who are dying in Iranian hospitals due to the imposing of cruel and inhuman unilateral coercive measures by the U.S. government. Rather than giving Iran lessons on the ethics of observing women's rights, we advise these countries to worry about preparing firewood for the harsh upcoming winter.
Thank you. The session is adjourned.
جلسه تموم شده.
take your seats, and this way we will begin our session. Madam Speaker.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. May I ask you to take your seats so we continue our afternoon session. We are going to hear from young parliamentarians. They will have 2 minutes. So we start by Germany. Germany will be followed by United Kingdom. Germany, please.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as a 35-year-old woman, I am younger than more than 80% of my colleagues in the German Bundestag. But my youth is not the only thing that makes me stand out. The quota of women currently at 34.8% is astonishingly low. Being a young woman in politics, especially in parliament, is still the exception, not only in Germany, but worldwide. Therefore, I am grateful for the opportunities not only given to me, but that I, if I may say so myself, have earned and taken. At the same time, I know that this, what I have, is a privilege that I will never take for granted, a privilege that many women don't have. Worldwide, we see a series of conflicts that are almost always started by men, while women have to face the dire consequences. For me personally, it is still heartbreaking to see the many Ukrainian women arriving in Germany with their children and only the bare minimum of their belongings. It is their unbelievable strength and will that impress me the most. In the face of a barbaric war carried out by Putin's Russia against their country and people, they stand strong. And standing strong seems to be a trait in women. Right now, girls and women in Iran are standing strong. They stand strong for their rights. They stand strong for equality, for freedom, and for that they are being threatened with violence and even death. What we see in Iran right now is the brutality of helpless men feeling threatened, trying to rid half of the population from basic rights. But these women are not alone. We stand with them in solidarity, and we say their names. Nikah Shakarami, Gina Amini, Sarina Azmielzadeh, Hadis Najafi. They and their fight will not be forgotten. Women will never stop fighting for their rights, for their freedom, and if they must, for their lives. They deserve it all, and they will get it all. And through all of their fights, we will also stand strong at their side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The floor is now to United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom will be followed by Thailand.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's an honour to be in Kigali, Since I was a child in the 1990s, watching the horrors of the genocide here, progress in Rwanda and the achievements of Rwandan society has been fast-paced, no doubt thanks to the high participation of women in leadership roles. The UK Parliament stands shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine. The illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the reports of war crimes means the rights of women and all of the people of Ukraine have been stolen. In the UK, the fight for women's political representation was defined by the suffragette movement a century ago, and it continues today. Increasing the number of women in Parliament is about representation, and we must go further. We must extend the rights and representation being won by women to all people marginalised and persecuted. LGBT people are still criminalised in dozens of the countries represented here. That will change because LGBT rights, the rights of gay men, bisexuals, lesbian women and transgender people are not Western values, they are human rights. Human rights that are universal and that cannot be redefined or limited by any government on the grounds of cultural exception. It was a difficult journey for the United Kingdom from the days of criminalising homosexuality only 55 years ago to now having the gayest parliament in the world and a country where there is equal marriage, a symbol of equality for all. We still fight every single day to defend these rights, and that journey will come to all nations. And so I ask representatives here from countries where the LGBT+ community is still persecuted to find the courage to support the LGBT activists in your country and be on the right side of history and the change and progress that will come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The floor is now to Thailand. Thailand will be followed by Qatar.
Madam President, my fellow parliamentarians, dear colleagues, today I am delighted to be here to represent the young women MPs. Although Thailand is performing comparatively well according to UN Women in global and regional rankings of having women occupying senior leadership positions in business, but there is still a long way to go to achieve the ideal gender-equal society. Guided by the principle of gender balance embedded in the Constitution and the organic law of political parties, Thai political parties are now keen to recruit more young female candidates to run for the next general election in 2023. The Thai voters are also very much looking forward to welcome young women MPs in our parliament next year. This bringing Thailand closer to the global parliamentary average of 26% of women representation in the parliament. Apart from the establishment of the House Standing Committee dedicated to women and LGBTQ persons, for the first time in the history, the draft bill to legalize same-sex marriage and civil partnership, which are now being processed by the House of Representatives to reaffirm our commitment to equality, inclusiveness, and diversity, are expected to be enacted in the near future. Championing gender equality is not the matter that lies in the hands of women only. I believe that promoting gender equal worlds begins with each and every one of us, regardless of our genders. It begins in our homes, our schools, our communities, and of course, our parliaments here. All of us can and must play our part in fostering positive attitudes in gender roles and making our societies better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The floor is now to Qatar. Qatar will be followed by Equatorial Guinea.
سعادة رئيس الاتحاد الدولي
Your Excellency President of the IPU, Your Excellency Secretary General, Your Excellency President of the 145th Assembly of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, heads and members of parliaments and delegations, dear colleagues, may the peace, blessings and mercy of Allah be upon you all. I have the honor to take the floor to speak to this August Assembly on behalf of the Shura Council of the State of Qatar and also as a member of the Young Parliamentarians Forum, in order to reaffirm to you all that good governance and the good policy that was adopted by His Excellency, His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of the State of Qatar, focuses on gender equality and on non-discrimination based on sex. Equal opportunities are provided to men and women in accessing all types of jobs and all types of key positions. Everyone has the opportunity to access good quality education. The number of female graduates in postgraduate studies has exceeded the percentage of male graduates. The State of Qatar has adopted various policies and mechanisms to provide social justice and equal opportunities to all, in addition to adhering to the SDG goals and objectives, especially when it comes to protecting a safe, sound, clean environment and reducing carbon emissions. The State of Qatar is not sparing an effort in order to contribute to international peace and security and also maintain the international order. We are making every possible effort in order to find peaceful resolutions to conflicts through mediation and negotiations. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, on the 20th of November, the State of Qatar will be the compass of sportsmanship and sports lovers and fans from all over the world. The State of Qatar has taken all the necessary measures and has made the necessary preparations to hold the World Cup in Qatar. Therefore, I would like to renew my invitation to you all to come to Qatar to attend the soccer games that we will be having and to get to know the Qatari culture, the Qatari traditions, and to see with your own eyes what our country was able to achieve thanks to its wide leadership. We hope to be able to see you in Doha so that we can rewrite history in eco-friendly football fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. The floor is now to Equatorial Guinea, followed by Australia.
Excelentísima señora
President, honourable parliamentarians, on the topic that we're here to discuss today, I'd like to state that the lack of education and training is key, given that women have a pivotal role to play in achieving sustainable development. One of the factors that prevent women from participating actively and from applying for high-ranking positions is discrimination in the form of violence, less access to education, early marriage and pregnancy, domestic work, the lack of self-esteem, a lack of solidarity among them, the lack of confidence in them, independence of an economic nature, the persistence of a number of traditional practices, the lack of legislation, the lack of economic resources and support for women's campaigns. When women are in leadership positions, they often face difficult circumstances such as war and conflict. We should take specific actions in favour of women because that's one way to ensure that these policies are really implemented. In Equatorial Guinea, women and young people are seen as real drivers for change in our socio-economic, political, technological and cultural transformation process. Article 3 of our basic law recognises the basic equality of women before the law, and we've a number of legal instruments at the national, regional, international levels on gender equality as well. At the national level, we've approved and adopted a national policy to promote women and a multi-sectoral plan to go with that. We've drafted a family code. Currently, women and young people in our country have achieved significant things. They're in high-ranking positions and in decision-making roles in various aspects of the state. At the 6th Congress in Equatorial Guinea, we agreed upon a 30% quota for women in legislative and municipal contexts. We have 2 chambers. 72% in the Senate are women, and the Speaker is a woman as well. Of the 100 representatives in the other chamber, 20 are women and 20 are young people, and 2 women feature on the Bureau as well. And some committees are chaired by women. Gender equality depends to a great deal on government policy. Putting together gendered budgets is key. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now to Australia. Australia will be followed by Japan.
Madam President and fellow delegates, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. I am pleased to be able to participate in this debate as the 5th youngest senator in Australian history and as the youngest in our current parliament. It is important to me that we consider gender-sensitive parliaments from the perspective of our youth, and particularly the perspective of our young women whose political inclusion and engagement is vital for our democracy. Today, in the Parliament of Australia, women make up 45% of all parliamentarians. In the Senate, I am one of 43 women who comprise a majority of senators. That is a great achievement for the women in my country. But we need to do more to address the barriers that stand in the way of young women seeing politics as a legitimate career option and Parliament as a place that they will be welcomed, valued and encouraged. A major review conducted by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, which received more than 1,700 individual contributions, revealed that gender inequality and power imbalances are key challenges that require action. The 28 recommendations that arose from the review are to be implemented in the phases over 2 years and have the support of all political parties in Australia. These recommendations provide a roadmap for the change to make our Parliament a more diverse, gender equal and family-friendly workplace. It is important that young women and people of diverse backgrounds have political role models because you can't be what you can't see. I am pleased to acknowledge that change is already occurring as today the Australian Parliament is the most diverse in our history, reflecting Australia's multicultural society. I myself represent this modern Australia as I was born in Afghanistan, raised in Australia, practice my faith as a Muslim and have strong Australian values as a Labor senator. It is my hope and expectation that as the reforms take hold and the culture of Parliament changes with its growing diversity, young Australian women will see a place and space for themselves in our political system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable. So I invite Japan to take the floor, followed by Uruguay.
Thank you. I am House of Representatives member Takako Suzuki, and I'm the actually youngest female MP, and also I'm a mother of 2 daughters. And I believe that we women should not have to forsake the way that we want to work, live, or enjoy ourselves because of life events such as pregnancy or childbirth, or because of health issues unique to women. I'm saying this because when I was pregnant, some people actually claimed that carrying a child while serving in office was dereliction of my duties, or that it meant I had given up on my career. Inspired by this, my own experience, I am now a big supporter of femtech, female technology, which is the use of technology to overcome such challenges. This is because I want us to use technology to quantify and give visibility to the difficulties that we face so that men can also see our challenges, though fostering greater understanding. Lastly, I note that gender equality is by no means a pursuit of women, by women, and for women. I believe that gender equality leads to respect for diversity and richer and peaceful world. It is for this reason that I will continue to champion gender equality for all lives, including those of forthcoming generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Japan. Uruguay, sorry. Uruguay will be followed by Finland.
Good evening, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be able to take the floor representing young people from my country at this assembly. Uruguay is just above the average rates in the world, with just over 25% women in our parliament. Our Vice President of the Republic and chairs the General Assembly of our country, too. It's an honor to be elected as President of the Gender Committee in my country. We're working considerably on this matter. I'd like to talk about a quota law. In 2009, we voted on this law, which provided that every 1/3 on electoral lists must comprise a representative of the opposite sex. In 2017, our country changed the quota law. And at all future elections, this new law will apply. It doesn't guarantee that the percentage of women in Parliament will grow at the same pace we would actually like. But it's important to say that I believe that we need, as legislators and representatives, we should promote a cultural change within society. We have to change the mindset that women should take exclusive care of children and the household. Because if we bring about this cultural change where women have more time, we have shown that women have the same capabilities of men to do the same jobs. If we move towards this cultural change, and once we have achieved this throughout society, I am sure that true parity will naturally take place in the minds of all those casting a vote. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Take the floor. Finland will be followed by Norway.
Dear colleagues, we are here representing 120 countries in total. As a parliamentarian representing just a single country, it can be challenging to fully comprehend how much the circumstances can vary between countries. Just like today, when we discuss about gender equality. Some may be dealing with relatively minor challenges. Meanwhile, women in other countries face restrictions in their freedom of choice. For example, some women can't vote independently and are forced to go to voting booth with their family. Or even more frightening, violence towards female politicians can be widespread. It's not terrible only for the victims, but also to the democratic system itself by diminishing the number of female candidates in elections. Can you believe that in recent years there has been situations where authorities have threatened female activists and female family members of political opposition with sexual violence? How about percentage of women in parliament? Well, it can be over 60, like here in Rwanda, but still there was well over 20 countries with a percentage below 10, according to recent statistics. I want to note that looking beyond our own society can help us understand what we have achieved and what still can be achieved. And it is crucial to bear in mind that being satisfied to the situation domestically should not lead to neglecting the challenges globally. Otherwise, we risk our goal of a more peaceful world. It already faces too many risks. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much, Honorable. May I invite Norway to take the floor. Norway will be followed by Austria.
Madam President, colleagues, the theme of the debate is gender equality as a driver of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. And what better place to discuss this than here in the beautiful country of Rwanda, a nation that carries one of the most horrific tragedies in the history of the world, but is also the nation with the highest percent of women in parliament of all parliaments in the world. Congratulate to you. As I look at this assembly, I see a lot of women, but mostly men. I think all our nations can do better. We have to make legislation favoring gender equality, but not everything can be fixed with laws. One experience that we have from Norway is that men, but more often women, often falls off politics when establishing families. That tells us one thing. We have to make it easier to combine politics with family life, my colleagues. I became a father this summer, and I appreciate all measures that makes it easier to me to both be a good father and a good representative for the people in my constituency. In my neighboring municipality, they have a woman mayor. She is doing a great job as a mayor, but are questioned about her job as a mother. Shame on them. Of course, it's possible to do a great job as a mayor and a mother at the same time. We just have to adapt the political agenda in a way that makes it easier for women in the establishment phase to keep being active in politics. And if we succeed, who knows? Maybe we all can be like Rwanda someday with 60% women in the parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. May I invite Austria to take the floor? Austria will be followed by India.
Dear colleagues, to keep it short, women's rights are human rights. So during this conference, we are not discussing only about women issues. We are talking about rights for all of us, for the young generation of female parliamentarians, but also for a better future for the whole next generation. Women's rights are in distress. We have heard the horrible accounts of sexual violence against women in Ukraine. The food insecurity caused by Russia's war against the country affect mostly women and their children. Women fleeing face violence in overcrowded refugee camps, as well as the drastic lack of medical care, especially for pregnant women. In every conflict, it is always women, in particular, who are most affected of it. But the ongoing conflicts are not the cause of inequality. Inequality has always existed, but conflicts lead to inequality having worse consequences. So peace and democracy building can never just be between leaders of the state, but it has to include the whole society. To build a peaceful society does not only mean the absence of weapons, but it means to build a society in which everyone has a voice. Therefore, we must not only look at security in military terms, but we have to look at human security as well. We have to look at food security, health security, but also the security from being persecuted by the own state. No country is truly peaceful as long as women are persecuted for surviving education, deciding over their own bodies, or for dressing as they want. When women are absent from politics, the dimension of human security is often forgotten. For politics to capture the reality in the citizens live in, all parts of security, of society, must be represented. For this, Rwanda is a great example, fighting for. It was a pleasure to join the conference right here, and thank you very much for having welcomed us here in Kigali. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now the floor is to India.
Respected President, esteemed colleagues, as a young parliamentarian from India, I bring greetings to you from the world's largest democracy and 1.4 billion aspirational Indians. In a world drawn by strife and conflict, the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi and Swami Vivekananda echo stronger today than ever before. The world needs the Indian values of ahimsa, non-violence, and satyagraha, which is holding on to truth. As the Indian youth moves through the world, harnessing the power of technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation, it is strengthened by the Indian philosophies of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is one family, and Sarva Dharma Sambhava, which means respect for all religions. As the 145th IPU's theme is on gender equality and gender sensitivity, let me share how the young women of India are transforming and revolutionizing the nation and beyond. The women's self-help groups across the nation, with microcredit facilities provided by the state, are giving rise to socio-economic development and empowerment within families and communities. The 50% reservation for women in elections to the district and village level institutions in India, also known as Panchayati Raj institutions, has led to political empowerment and increasing participation of women in governance of India. Today, the highest constitutional authority of India, the Honorable President of India, Her Excellency Srimati Draupadi Murmu, is a woman who rose from very humble beginnings to ascend to the highest office of the land. The land of possible is today in India, the new India. Merit and talent are the key, and technology is the enabler. As India completes its 75 years of independence this year, the youth of India celebrated with an appeal through this IPU to the world. Let us all unite in youthful spirit, reconcile our differences, and in a spirit of forgiveness, move forward together towards building bridges of peace and non-violence, with a view to making this world and planet a safer, a better place for our children and our children's children, as envisaged by the great Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable. Dear colleagues, we suspend the list of young parliamentarians so that we may consider the emergency item. We now come to the address item number 7, the emergency item. I am pleased to hand over the chair for this item to the distinguished speaker of Malawi, Mrs. Catherine Hara, who chaired so ably the debate on the emergency item yesterday. So I see that the chairperson, the chair of the drafting committee and the rapporteur of the drafting committee are already on the podium. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, honorable colleagues, and welcome to this segment. We will now turn our attention to the emergency item included as item 7 of the agenda of the Assembly. Before I invite our rapporteur to present the resolution of the Assembly, I would like to say a word. As we saw here on Wednesday and in Nusa Dua last March, passions are running high during various debates on this topic and with good cause. Today, I would ask all of us to take example from yesterday's drafting committee that saw it promote freedom of expression in a largely respectful manner. Both freedom of expression and respect are part of the principles and values at the heart of the IPU. I therefore urge you all of us, to uphold these principles today. It is in this spirit of consensus that we have the chair of the drafting group of the emergency item, Ms. Michelle Ghana, as well as rapporteur here with us on the floor. I now invite Mr. Floyd Shivambu, rapporteur of the drafting committee on the emergency item, to present the report on the draft resolution of the item entitled Condemnation of the Invasion of Ukraine and of the Subsequent Annexation of Territories in Defense of the Territorial Integrity of all States. The text of the draft resolution was circulated to all delegations this morning and can be found in document A/145/7 DR. Honorable Chivambu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Assembly. Asante Sana. Let me start by taking this opportunity to congratulate the Parliament and Government of Rwanda for hosting a thus far successful 145th Assembly of the IPU. The levels of excellence demonstrated thus far inspires confidence on all of us and brings pride to all of us as Africans. So we, as Pan-Africanists, are proud that one of our own has hosted a successful global event attended by people from all corners of the world and definitely from more than 140 countries. I'm here to present the outcome of deliberations of the drafting committee on the emergency item resolution, which met yesterday afternoon, the 13th of October 2022. The item before you is the outcome of an emergency item submitted by the delegation of Chile and by the group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, GRULAC. The resolution, as the Honorable Chairperson of this session has already stated, has been circulated to all delegates. But that does not mean that after we have introduced this emergency item and the draft resolution, your right to differ will be suppressed. Your right to differ does not dwindle into insignificance, because some of you are guided by and comply with the foreign policies of your respective countries. The title of the resolution before the Assembly reads as follows: is condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and of the subsequent annexation of territories in defense of territorial integrity of all states. The delegates that were represented in the drafting committee came from all the geopolitical groups of the IPU, and specifically came from the countries of Canada, Chile, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Jordan, New Zealand, Oman, Peru, and of course, South Africa. We want to thank Ms. Michelle Rampel Ghana from Canada
for a professional and respectful chairing and seeing us through many tense moments. I want to thank the committee for its work that saw us overcoming a lot of differences. While we had numerous disagreements, what we all agreed on is that the only way to end the suffering is by ending the war, and that the IPU must play an important role in facilitating dialogue between the two countries. The result of our drafting committee deliberations is a resolution that reiterates the importance of and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and the immediate restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. The resolution takes note of the resolution that was passed on the 144th IPU Assembly in Nusa Dua in Indonesia, which was titled Peaceful Resolution of the War in Ukraine, Respecting International Law, the Charter of the United Nations, and Territorial Integrity. The resolution speaks to the need for investigation of possible war crimes and accountability for perpetrators, and supports the establishment of courts with specific jurisdictions to investigate these possible war crimes. The resolution further reaffirms the support of the IPU task force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine and encourages the task force to continue its efforts to bring the parties concerned to the table for political dialogue. It places emphasis on the humanitarian impact of the war in Ukraine and appeals to the international community to support the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, which is UNICEF, and other specialized organizations to alleviate the suffering of the millions of children, refugees inside Ukraine and abroad. The resolution further calls on competent bodies of the United Nations and governments and parliaments of the world and multilateral financial institutions to adopt and support effective and targeted social policies to address decisively global food insecurity resulting from the effects of the war, particularly the rising prices of food, fuel, and fertilizers, the supply of which has been severely disrupted or discontinued. We have a resolution that calls on all of us to work together to reduce tensions and to find mechanisms for a peaceful settlement of this war. And I commend this resolution to the Assembly for adoption. The emphasis, Mr. President of the IPU, is that we should all work together for a peaceful resolution. Thank you very much. Ngo.
Thank you very much, our rapporteur, Mr. Chivambu. I now call upon the chair, Madame Michel, to give her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable President. On behalf of the drafting committee, I want to thank all of the members who were on the committee yesterday, as well as the Secretariat and my colleague, the rapporteur from South Africa. The discussion that we had in the committee yesterday was certainly heated and passionate, but it was deeply respectful, and I think it sought to understand differences and to come to consensus, as was just said by my colleague as he presented the motion. And I think that's the best of what the IPU can offer. And I think that's the best of what everyone here can do. And so with that, I would just like to thank my colleague for the words that he said and echoed them. And it was a wonderful experience to be part of as a parliamentarian as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Drafting Committee. I now invite the Secretary General to explain to us the procedure. Secretary General.
Madam President, thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to make a couple of clarifications as you are set to adopt this resolution on the emergency item. As you have just heard from the rapporteur and the chair of the drafting committee, the draft resolution that is before you is the outcome of a discussion that was free, courteous and respectful of the various views. and that this text was adopted in the drafting committee by consensus. I see from the room that, from the applause, that already you think that the drafting committee has done a good job. But now you will be called upon to adopt formally this resolution. And I just want to recall to you the provisions of the rules of the Assembly, which allow you to make an explanation of the vote after the vote has taken place. So, Madam Chair, you will call on your colleagues, first of all, to see whether they are ready now to adopt this resolution by consensus or by acclamation in the spirit in which it was adopted in the drafting committee. After that decision has been taken, delegations wishing to explain their vote or their position on this resolution may do so after that vote has taken place. You can also use that opportunity for those delegations that wish to do so to express reservations on part or all of the resolution, and this will be properly recorded in the proceedings of the Assembly. I hope that this procedure is very clear, and Madam President, you may now proceed to ask the Assembly whether they are in a position to adopt this emergency item resolution as proposed by the drafting committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Having made this clarification, may I ask whether the Assembly is ready to adopt the resolution? Thank you very much. The resolution has been duly adopted.
Dear Madam President,
Thank you, honorable colleagues. I see that I would like to ask if there is anybody who would like to take the floor, as we were guided by the Secretary General in case there is any country which still wants to speak on the resolution. It's 2 minutes for each country. Yes, and you use your seats. Sin Chile, India.
Dear Madam President, India abstains. Thank you.
India, Chile, South Africa.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we will start off with Chile. They're the first ones. You have 2 minutes.
Who is speaking now? South Africa. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. So, at the current moment in South Africa, because of the fact that we were actually very concerned about the fact that in the first instance, the role of the task force was not acknowledged. But as the resolution is reading now, we will still remain neutral in the fact that we want to make sure that we implement the resolution as it is being adopted today. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Chile, are you still taking the floor or not? Yes, then we go to India.
India has already spoken.
Oh, India has already spoken. South Africa, Mozambique.
Well, thank you, madam. Thank you. Well, Mozambique has the same position of neutrality. So we abstain for the reasons that we have already been explained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mozambique. Any other delegation? Yes, Slovenia. Your mic is not clear, sir. Sorry.
Okay, now it's good. Slovenia strongly supports the adoption of a resolution on the emergency item. At this point, I would like to remind you on the trip of 3 Prime Ministers of Slovenia, Poland and Czech Republic that took place on March this year. I think that was the first turning point in this war. With the courage of 3 statesmen to give Ukraine much needed moral support when they needed it, to fight on. In this manner, we will support every action that condemns unprovoked aggression, illegal annexation of 4 regions and Crimea, and human rights violation made by the aggressor. Thank you.
Thank you, Slovenia, East Timor, and then United Kingdom.
Thank you for the Timor-Leste, it support this resolution which gives solidarity to the people of Ukraine who are suffering immensely from the brutality of war and violation of human rights in their land. Timor-Leste strongly condemns this inhumane attitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, East Timor. United Kingdom. UK.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to say how pleased I am that the item that we are adopting here reflects the language that we all agreed in Nusa Dua, has made some further points since then about the opposition that we all feel to the annexation of territories and the importance that we all put on territorial integrity of all states. And we in the United Kingdom cannot be neutral on these issues. These are important issues for the peace of the world. If we do not hold the line as an assembly on these issues, then we have thrown away so much work that we've done as an international community. It has been important for us to have this dialogue. It has been important for us to listen to the unanimity of the adoption of this, and I don't think anyone in the world can really be neutral in the face of terrible territorial aggression as we have seen from the Russian Federation.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Georgia, then Yemen.
I'm glad to confirm that Georgia is happy to see this resolution adopted, and we strongly support Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And we, unfortunately, are facing similar challenges in our country by Russian occupation, and we are glad that the international community agreed that it's unacceptable to have occupation, to have war, and it's time to stop Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia. Yemen, then Canada.
نحن وفد اليمن نمتنع عن هذا القرار حتى.
Chair, we abstain. We abstain from the approval of this resolution. There are many wars around the world, and the international community hasn't been concerned about those, and nor has the IPU or the United Nations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Canadian delegation supports this motion because it seeks to have a peaceful resolution of the war. I'd like to congratulate the group that got together to draft the motion, which was today adopted by consensus. This process clearly reflects that dialogue works. I'd like to congratulate the IPU and assure our Ukrainian brethren that they will always have our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Chile, then Italy.
Thanks, Madam President. I want to thank you all for approving this resolution. I'm very happy as well that I could help writing this. And I want to say thank you especially to the Chilean delegation and the members of the GRULAC, Argentina and Peru that were part of this And also, I thank you for allowing me some last remarks. Madam President, there are some dictators in the world that think, or at least they act as if they think, that they can do whatever they want to their people or to their neighbors. They think that they can bully and bulldoze their way anywhere. They think that they can bomb a city because they just feel like it. They think that the possibility or the risk of causing mass rapes, war crimes, people disappearing, landmines, severing kids' extremities, forcing millions of women and children as refugees is somehow tolerable, or something like necessary suffering to achieve their objectives and goals. And you know what? Let me tell you what I think about this. I think that it's time that the world sends them a clear message. A message that they cannot take whatever they want. A message that they will not take whatever they want. A message that an attack on their neighbor or anybody else for that matter is an attack on humanity, an attack on all of us. A message that there's no peace without justice, and justice demands that those dictators, their cronies and generals be chased after for the rest of their lives until they face justice as the butchers that some of them are. I'm a proud participant of this assembly, and the approval of this resolution sends a clear message and is now part as a strong voice in humanity's choir demanding justice and peace in Ukraine, in Chile, and everywhere else. And let's make that, dear colleagues, the summary of our message to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chile. And now invite Italy. Italy, then France.
We strongly support the resolution, and we are really glad for our unanimity. The international community is not unanimous, but international community does not have a neutrality. That's why I want to say that we strongly support the brave Ukrainian people. Because I want to thank, first of all, the Ukrainian people, each person that fight in the street, that fight for their freedom, that fight for our freedom, because that's the problem. We are understanding that this is a fight for the freedom of all the world. That's why I want to thank the resistance of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian army too. And I want to remember the victims, the heroes that fight for their freedom and their liberty. I want to conclude as President Zelensky addressed to our parliament with a final word. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Italy. Honorable colleagues, I have on my list France, Germany, Czech Republic, South Sudan, Argentina, Ireland, and Austria. In the interest of time, okay, last one, Ukraine. In the interest of time, I know that all of us wanted to say something on the resolution, but I think because of time, so that we move to other business, unless we have somebody who has a contrary view, I would think maybe this should be the last list that we'll get from the floor. So I'll now invite our colleagues from France.
Oui, merci.
Thank you, Madam.
France, you have the floor. sorry, France, maybe you can move to the next mic. Oh, I'm sorry.
You can.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. France welcomes the adoption of this motion for all the reasons that have been expressed by our colleagues. But there is one reason which is undoubtedly the most important one for us, which is that collectively we've just demonstrated that the ideals that were held in mind in 1889 by our founders are still at the fore. Putin has undoubtedly decided to erase Ukraine from the map, but we will go home with the sentiment that together we can go further. That's a very clear message that we're sending, and I think we need to bear in mind that with this emergency item that's been adopted, we'll undoubtedly start a new chapter, and France welcomes that. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Français.
Thank you very much, France.
Germany, then Czech Republic.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to thank you all in this room that we were able to clearly state the second time that emergency item on the war in Ukraine. And we urge Russia, please stop that senseless war, stop the killing of peoples, stop the bloodshed of young soldiers who are not able to live their life anymore, to found families, invent things or whatever. Stop the bombing, the rape of women, killing behind the lines, the destroying of the childhood of the minors. That war is against freedom and democracy. It's against all international rules. And thank you all for standing united against this war, against our world order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. Czech Republic, then South Sudan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me strongly support this resolution, which aims to bring peace and justice to Ukrainian people. There seems to be a long path towards that, but this resolution, together with UN resolutions, sends a strong message to Russian Federation that it is not possible to do whatever it wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Czech Republic, South Sudan, and then Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam President. While we believe that the consensus that has been reached is very important, we continue, however, to maintain that the South Sudan will remain abstained. Thank you.
Thank you, South Sudan. Argentina, then Ireland.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. We welcome the unanimous decision of this Assembly. We go back to our countries with the pride of having participated in an IPU Assembly that has said that war is not something to which we're indifferent. Human rights violations in any part of the world are not something to which we're indifferent. The impact on children is not something to which we're indifferent. That's the outcome of this Assembly. I'd like to focus on two issues. The first is the disproportionate disparity between those who wage war and those who suffer from war. And I'd also like to alert us to the pressing need to implement Resolution 1325 of the United Nations to ensure that there are more women in peace agreements and in other context. That's the outcome that we should take away from this. This Assembly on gender equality is one that should push us to ensure there are more women in high-ranking positions. I think if that were the case, there would be a lot less war and a lot more peace for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Ireland, then Austria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ireland is a military neutral country, but we are not neutral or blind to aggression or barbarism. We belong to no military pact, but seek today to speak truth with clarity and firmness. Madam Chair, Ukraine's suffering continues. It continues as we speak, and it was and is critically important, therefore, that we world parliamentarians gathered here today demand an end to Russian aggression and a restoration of peace and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria, Ukraine, and last, Bolivia.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, thank you. At this point, this is all I want to say to all of you, to all of us, to the amazing drafting committee, to the support teams, and to the Secretariat. And I say this thank you on behalf of all Ukraine, of all Ukrainians, of all the men, women who are fighting very hard today to survive. We will be bringing back with us as a delegation the global support that our people truly do deserve. The global support that is coming from all four corners of the world, from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia, from all the Northern Hemisphere, from the Caribbean, from every single place. And this organization, I feel today, the IPU, this assembly, we have shown together that we have really grown up over this last year, that we have really stood together in unity and in full responsibility for the support of our values, of those values that are paramount for the peaceful coexistence of our nations. And I hope that this unity lasts until Russian aggression against Ukraine and against all other countries ends once and for all. And with this, I say, glory to you, glory to all of us, and glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. Thank you, Ukraine. Last but not least, Bolivia.
Okay.
Muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon to you. Although the Bolivian delegation had 2 abstentions and 2 votes in favour, those who are in favour are very happy with the favourable decision that's been taken here on the emergency item. We all disagree with the cruel military attack by Russia on Ukraine, which risks the lives, in particular, of women and children. For that reason, we urge Russia to leave Ukrainian territory immediately and definitively. Thank you.
Apologies. Oh, Austria, we didn't give a chance. Sorry, my apologies,
Okay.
Austria. My apologies.
No problem. As Ireland, Austria is a neutral country, but we are never neutral when sovereignty is not respected. Therefore, we fully support this condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and of the subsequent annexation of these territories. And I hope, because we have to look in the future, that the IPU task force can contribute on a peaceful resolution of the war to stop killing innocent Ukrainian people.
Thank you, Austria. Honourable colleagues, we do have some reservations. Oh.
Do you have any reservations?
Well, we only give, unless if you're having reservations, I made an announcement earlier that unless we have somebody with a reservation or to abstain, in the interest of time, we wanted to move on. Do you want to say something contrary? Okay. Oh. Point of order? Okay, you have the floor, Jackie.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that this is a big thing that we did all together, and as Turkey, we will do everything we can to put an end to the war. We're with our sisters and brothers in Ukraine, and we will do whatever we can so the grain crisis won't exist, so it will continue. And also, we are there for the international community, whoever needs help. I just wanted to say that. Sorry, thank you.
A member from Turkey, you're like from Malawi, when honorable members of parliament, if they feel they are not going to give them a space, they say point of order. And I know it's not a point of order, but it's a way of expressing. So, point of order sustained. Honorable, is that another point of order? Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Quiero sinceramente...
On behalf of Spain, I'd like sincerely to state that what we've done today is show that 133 years later, our organisation, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, is one that still is very meaningful in today's world, and that's a useful one to defend democracy, freedom, state sovereignty, territorial integrity, human rights, and above all, peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. Honourable colleagues, as you know, we did have some reservations to the resolution. They have been all noted and will be recorded. And because of this, I will now declare that the resolution has been adopted by consensus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your help during this moment. And we go now to the special accountability segment of the general debate. I try to explain this segment in my meetings in all geopolitical groups, so I will not repeat myself again, because we should in every assembly to do a follow-up of the implementation of the decisions we took during the last assembly. The outcome of the 144 assembly in Nusa Dua, Indonesia, got a formal declaration, getting to zero, mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. Then we approve a resolution on peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. The resolution rethinking and reframing the approach to peace process with a view to fostering lasting peace. And finally, a resolution leveraging information and communication technology. And of course, also we took some decisions on the human rights of parliamentarians. We obtained some registration of countries that wish to take the floor to make their own presentations. But before, I will give the floor to Ambassador Under Philip to make the summary of the answers to all requests presented by IPU. Ambassador Phil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon to everyone. This is a very brief summary of the report that has been circulated to all of you on follow-up action by members to IPU resolutions and other decisions. Next slide. As you are aware, this is a statutory obligation for all members, as enshrined in Article 6 of the statutes, and whereby all members and associate members are required to send an annual report of action taken in follow-up to IPU decisions. This is also further reinforced by the new IPU strategy that has a particular emphasis on ensuring accountability at all levels. Next slide. In early May, we circulated a survey to all the members, inviting their feedback on a couple of questions relating to recent IPU decisions from previous assemblies in Madrid and in Nusa Dua. As you will see from the slide, the majority of respondents have confirmed that these IPU decisions have been communicated to their respective governments and parliaments.
Dear colleagues, I believe that the bilateral meetings are very important during our assemblies, but I will ask to have these bilateral meetings outside this room, otherwise it is not possible to go on and to hear the Ambassador Anna Phillips to present the report on the answers from you to the requests from IPU. Please wait. Is it possible to continue, please? I will ask our colleagues that wish to have a bilateral meeting to have, if can request rooms if it is necessary, but please not here. Especially in this main corridor, it seems the metro or the underground with so many people. Okay, please, we are waiting. A lot of traffic. Please, dear colleagues, I ask again. This is a very important segment to understand the follow-up from the request of IPU about the implementation of our decisions. Please, let us continue our work. Thank you. Ambassador Anna Phillips, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So, as I was saying, over 90% have confirmed that IPU decisions are communicated to their respective governments and parliaments. You will see that around 65% of respondents confirm that these decisions are brought to the attention of their respective specialized committees in light of follow-up deliberations. However, in terms of actual follow-up action, the response rate remains very low, in the range of 40%. Next slide. So you will see there an overview of those parliaments that provided full responses to the IPU survey, those that responded in a partial manner, in other words, they did not respond to all the questions. And as you can see, we are concerned by the fact that almost half of the respondents of the parliaments that were invited to submit their responses did not do so. Next slide. We would like to thank, next slide, all those parliaments that have taken the time, and you will see your flag up on the screen, to respond to this survey. And as you will note from the annex in the report that is in your sets, there are a lot of very good examples that are worth flagging, and which I hope we will hear very soon in the discussion that follows. Next slide. Unfortunately, we did not. We would also like to thank, I'm sorry, all those parliaments, I believe over 40 additional parliaments that provided voluntary reports. Thank you to all of these countries. Next slide. And then, Mr. President, since you asked us to flag those parliaments, those members that did not meet their statutory obligations, you will see their flags and their names up on the screen.
Dear colleagues, I believe that some of you will not be happy with these slides, but maybe next time in Bahrain, your flag will not be on this one. And so we will repeat it in all our assemblies, because it's a duty from all of us to participate in implementation and answer all the requests from IPU. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. We have selected just a few good practices. You will see, for example, practices from China, from Benin, and the United Kingdom, showing how IPU decisions have had an impact on the work of parliaments, whether it's in terms of organizing workshops, drafting new legislation, or submitting contributions to major global processes such as COP26 on climate change. Next slide. Also on climate change, since this is, or rather on disarmament and non-proliferation, we would like to congratulate Gabon and Philippines for really taking the lead in expediting ratification of the Arms Trade Treaty. We have received a letter of congratulations from the UN Secretariat, and it's good to see how parliaments can really make a difference. And we also have some very good practices from New Zealand, from Sweden, United Kingdom, that made good use of the new IPU guide on parliamentary action in support of disarmament for security and sustainable development, and that organized events in Parliament in order to raise awareness and support around this major issue. Next slide. On climate change, we have examples from Belgium that has launched a regional inter-parliamentary climate dialogue, leading to a joint resolution adopted in October of last year. We also have the example of Mauritius that amended the budget so as to include transition to more secure and cleaner homegrown energy supply. As you are aware, next slide, we have at the IPU a number of tools, whether it's the campaign I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament, whether it's the parliamentary toolkit evaluating the gender sensitivity of parliaments, and we have noted very good examples from Paraguay, Bahrain, Ecuador that have made good use of these tools. Next slide, recommendations, and we can move on. We'd also like to thank those delegations, in particular Costa Rica and Switzerland, that have also communicated to us some ideas on how we can do things differently and do things better in order to enhance the reporting exercise, either by fostering a community of peer reviews, by dedicating more time in assemblies for this implementation review, whether it's in terms of empowering standing committees so that they may review in a systematic manner implementation of those resolutions that they have negotiated. And I understand this is something that is currently on the agenda of the bureaus of the standing committees. We are also encouraging, and this is something that came up, Mr. President, in your meeting with the chairs of the geopolitical groups, signaling that ideally they have activity throughout the year, not just twice a year in the context of the statutory assemblies, so geopolitical groups can play a very important role in this process. And finally, an option of possibly reviewing the IPU statutes and rules so as to strengthen this reporting exercise. And then finally, last slide, as a very brief reminder, as per our practice and as per the statutes and rules, we are really asking all members, once an assembly has taken place, when you go back home after Kigali, please make sure that your report is circulated widely within Parliament with all of your colleagues. We still have situations where MPs are not familiar with what the IPU is actually doing. So that is your responsibility, and it would, we think, enrich also the work within your respective parliaments. Please share copies of the resolutions. Please invite government officials to hearings and promote debates in your specialized committees. If there is a need, review your legislation so that it is indeed in keeping with global commitments, both UN and IPU. And please, we look forward to engaging systematically with you going forward. So, Mr. President, this was an overview of the report that has been shared. You have a list of, we are very much encouraged by the fact that many delegations here would like to speak directly as to their own experience within their respective parliaments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador and Philip, for your presentation. And there is a lot of good news. Yes, there are some countries that don't do anything after it with the resolutions and the decisions we take, but the great majority did something, try to implement them, and it is the most important. But now we will see concrete presentations from the floor, from the podium, I'm sorry, and the first one will be our colleague and friend, the Speaker of Parliament of Fiji. Your Excellency, you have the floor. We have 3 minutes for each speaker, or presentation.
Mr. President, in response to the Nusa Dua Declaration at the 144th IPU Assembly in March, the Fijian Parliament continues to support the government's climate change initiatives, such as the allocation of public funds for climate change action. In July, the Parliament approved the 2022-2023 national budget, where approximately 276 million Fijian dollars, or 118 million US dollars, is dedicated to the government's climate response. This represents 7.4% of total expenditure. These funds are directed towards large investments in the transport infrastructure investment sector project, climate-related water and sanitation projects, irrigation and flood management, and renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives. In addition, climate change action under SDGs 13 and 14 are mainstreamed into Fiji's 5-year and 20-year national development plans that were launched in 2017. The plans incorporates national goals and priorities that are aligned to the SDGs and climate change action and are key development priorities. Last year, the Fijian Parliament enacted an important enabling legislation on climate change, the Climate Change Act 2021. Fiji became the first country in the world to pass a national legislation with a clear commitment to the Paris Agreement. The Act provides a comprehensive framework to guide Fiji's response to the climate emergency. It also recognizes the economic, social, and cultural rights and links between gender equality, social inclusion, the SDGs, and also highlights women's rights, the rights of people living with disabilities, and the rights of older peoples and children's rights to a healthy environment. The Climate Change Act covers issues such as long-term net zero commitments, carbon budgets, carbon market establishment, climate-induced human mobility, nature-based solutions, the legal recognition of maritime boundaries relative to sea level rise, climate finance and intergovernmental resilience building. While Parliament supports government's budgetary commitments to climate change and its accompanying legislation, we are mindful of our oversight role, which entails holding the government to account on its national and international commitments on climate change. We had developed a guidance note for our standing committees to allow them in undertaking oversight of Fiji's commitment to the SDGs and to integrate the SDGs into their everyday work by mainstreaming SDGs, monitoring and oversight into their legislative and oversight functions. Fiji is one of the most vulnerable nations to climate change and climate-related disasters, and therefore Fiji cannot afford to procrastinate on this issue. We have to walk the talk and get on with the business of taking real action on climate change. This we have done, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now from Canada, Ms. Duncan, please, you have the floor. Not Ms. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, Ms. Duncan couldn't be here, so I'm in her place.
Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, today I want to talk to you about the role of parliaments in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, one of the policy priorities identified by the IPU in its new strategy. The SDGs are central to recent IPU resolutions and declarations, such as the 2022 Nusa Dua Declaration on mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. With only 8 years left to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we ought to reflect on what we can do as parliamentarians to make sure its objectives are met. The work is particularly important considering the development gains that have been lost due to the pandemic. Canada is strongly committed to sustainable development. For instance, in 2018, the federal government committed $49.4 million Canadian over 13 years to establish an SDG unit to coordinate the promotion, monitoring and implementation of goals in Canada. Another initiative, the SDG funding program, will receive almost 60 million Canadian dollars by 2030 to increase public awareness, support new partnerships, and identify and implement innovative initiatives. Since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, the federal government submitted a voluntary national review in 2018, launched the country's national SDG strategy in 2021, updated its federal sustainable developmental strategy, and adopted a new feminist international assistance policy. As parliamentarians, we have an important role to play too. Last year, our Parliament enacted the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which requires the federal government to set national targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and accountability mechanisms to achieve its climate target by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. Previously, in 2008, Parliament had passed the Federal Sustainable Development Act, which provides a legal framework for Canada to develop and implement a federal sustainable development strategy. This piece of legislation was amended in 2019 to broaden the scope of the federal strategy and to increase transparency and accountability. By scrutinizing the government's expenditure plans and budgets, parliamentarians also play an essential role in ensuring that funding and resources are invested to effectively support sustainable development and the SDGs, both in Canada and abroad. Through our various standing and special committees, Canadian parliamentarians also play an oversight role on many issues related to this important topic. Moreover, our parliamentary committees provide for a consultative process so the views of experts, stakeholders and other interested parties can inform policy decisions. For instance, the SDG strategy was shaped in part by testimony heard during studies taken by committees. In terms of accountability, parliamentarians can track the government's efforts on sustainable development by reviewing reports and documents tabled in Parliament by various offices such as the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development. Being limited to 3 minutes, I will stop here. I look forward to your comments. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Thank you, dear colleague. And now the Speaker of Parliament of Guyana, Mr. Nadir. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I will speak on the issue of our youth program. Guyana subscribed to the program I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament. What we have done in the last 2 years is introduce an annual Christmas outreach program. It's about toys, but more particularly, it's about getting the symbols of Parliament to our young people under the ages of 10. We also introduced an annual Speakers National Youth Debating Competition, and that competition targets children in secondary school. We have an annual Youth Parliament that deals with the older youth. We have parliamentary tours, we have school outreaches, we have sport, and we have a very vibrant social media program. You would have seen the slides with our Christmas outreach. The program for this National Speakers Youth Debating Competition, the speaker himself chairs that, and it generates a lot of interest, not because he's so good at cheering, but because of the high level of interest that we generate. And that's the second year of it. In terms of our youth parliament, that is a grooming ground for young people. And here again, it's highly successful. Our top performers in the youth parliament moves on to a regional youth parliament of the Caribbean. And next month, 2 of our candidates are going to be in Trinidad and Tobago. There's a slide on the youth participation. There's a next slide here with tours. The next slide, please. It's about our young teachers from all over the country. They tour Parliament and they get a first-hand briefing from us about parliamentary procedure and stimulating their interest in Parliament. Our school outreach program goes across the 10 different regions. They are like states in the country. We have 215,000 square kilometers to cover with just under 3/4 million people. We also visit schools itself, do the speeches, give talks on Parliament, and we have introduced Guyana as a place where cricket is popular, and there is a national speakers international cricket tournament where the top players, and some are top players from around the world, that earn millions of US dollars. Here it is that we participate in sponsoring youth programs for sport, and interest to everyone is live streaming. Our social media program, aimed particularly at youth, has attracted millions of viewers. I just put the last slide on. That slide goes back 37 years when yours truly started his career in politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Snows. ECOWAS. Want to see?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, the ECOWAS Parliament would like to speak on its accountability segment. And we want to start by the adoption of a supplementary act of the ECOWAS Parliament, which took into effect the oversight role of the ECOWAS Parliament. This act was amended in 2016, December of 2016, by the authorities of heads of states and government to demonstrate its resolve to establish a more accountable community to the citizens and to make the very community owners of the citizens. Here are some examples of how the Act empowers the Parliament and delivers more accountable community. In terms of institutional accountability, Parliament is involved in the formulation of the Communities of All Communities Act. This Act must be referred to the Parliament for its consideration before adoption by the ECOWAS authorities or head of states and government. Parliament exercises oversight function of all activities of the community. In terms of physical accountability, Parliament is involved in the adoption of the community budget by rendering opinion. The community budget is another monetary referral of the Parliament that is sent to the Commission. The instrument to communicate the opinion of the Parliament is through a resolution by the Parliament. Parliament has established, under the leadership of our Speaker, Dr. Sidi Mohamed Tunis, a public accounts committee to review the audit report of all community institutions and agencies. At our two ordinary sessions of the Parliament every year, the President of the ECOWAS Commission presents a State of the Community report to the Parliament and a response to inquiries from members of Parliament. Also during these sessions, all delegations present a report on the political and human rights situation in their respective countries, followed by debate. Governance of political accountability. Parliament conducts fact-finding missions as well as long and short-term election observation missions, presidential and legislative, to gather information on the democratic process in the ECOWAS community. ECOWAS consider issues of human rights and fundamental freedoms and make recommendations to the community. As regards the issue on women empowerment, ECOWAS has a group called ECOFIPA, a group of ECOWAS women parliamentarians that goes around and empower other women in our region. We also work with other parliamentarian groups in ensuring that democratic principles are enhanced. Thanks to the leadership of Honorable Sidi Mohamed Tunis, who was able to introduce a budget line for ECOWAS women in Parliament to enhance the political work in the region. Thank you very much. Merci, obrigado.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. You were perfect on time. May I invite the distinguished Member of Parliament from Zambia?
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good afternoon, delegates. Madam President, it is with great pleasure to address this Assembly on the follow-up of the Nusa Dua resolution, mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. During the 144th Assembly, parliaments agreed to come up with strategies to mitigate impacts of climate change in their respective country. I'm glad to announce that in Zambia, out of 156 constituencies, it has been agreed that all MPs will plant at least 1,000 trees each. And I'm also happy to announce that this has already started. My national speaker of National Assembly has been fully involved in making sure she officiates in each and every constituency in the planting of trees that you are going to see in the video at the end. Madam President, trees or forests are the lungs or carbon sinks of the earth. This is because forests absorb and store almost half of the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere each year. Carbon dioxide accounts the majority of greenhouse gas emissions which cause climate change. Forests can be used to strengthen societal resilience to climate change through critical ecosystem services they provide, such as wood, non-timber forest products, watershed hydro-corrigation. This makes sustainable forest management, which includes reforestation, a credible and a well-tested framework for reducing carbon emission. From the foregoing, it is clear that by simply planting trees and leaving them to mature, we are helping to lock up significant amounts of carbon that might otherwise be released into the atmosphere and encourage global warming. With many nations struggling to control their carbon emissions, trees of climate change. The much needed urgent action required to halt which is our key to combating climate change. Madam President, we have done a lot. We had a workshop to encourage members of parliament, where they took charge and the Secretary General even talked to the member of parliament. There will be a video to signify on what we are doing. Thank you.
Now this is when the gym comes. Oh, they put from that side. Without water, it won't grow. So that's why we need rain to water all. Grow into a nice tree.
It's really nice to see that forestation is important and planting trees is very important. This. And now our distinguished Member of Parliament from Switzerland. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Madam President, in an world, international cooperation is of ever ongoing war against Ukraine and the COVID-19 pandemic have shown that globalization means that seemingly regional conflicts and issues can take on global proportions. There are an increasingly number of problems such as climate change that are only over international politics today. Nations. The IPU as parliamentary representation at the global level, or in a sense, as the UN Parliament. This is certainly overstating the case and does not correspond to reality, But the fact is that the IPU is unique as a global parliamentary body and has a high level of legitimacy for dealing with global and international issues. The report of Ambassador Philip shows that the implementation of IPU resolutions could definitively be improved. The Swiss delegation, therefore, as mentioned before, firmly believes that the IPU should be strengthened. We proposed to the 12+ group the establishment of a working group in order to establish a mechanism to strengthen the implementation of IPU resolutions. The resolutions adopted by the IPU are of high quality and convince through their unifying global perspective. However, it remains hard to enforce them. With its motion, the Swiss delegation is proposing, in line with the procedures in other international organizations, a follow-up process led by the responsible Commission. Strengthening IPU resolutions in this way would also ensure that the IPU resolutions contain demands that can be implemented in practice. The IPU is one of the oldest political institutions and it has established a unique position over the years. However, we are now living in an age when international issues no longer simply involve settling military conflicts, but increasingly also pose complex problems that can only be solved globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And may I invite the distinguished representative from the UAE? Looking forward to hearing from the United Arab Emirates.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي ميرا.
Good afternoon. I am a member of the National Council of the United Arab Emirates, President of the IPU Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like firstly to thank you for having extended to us this opportunity to share with you the experience of the National Council of the Federation of the United Arab Emirates in terms of follow-up on implementation of IPU decisions, because we are convinced that our participation in the activities of the Assembly isn't limited to Assembly meetings. It's also important to take advantage of other opportunities to look at various aspects of our legislative work and our parliamentary diplomacy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me firstly to touch on two key aspects, the Sustainable Development Goals and reinforcing partnerships between the two sexes. Concerning climate change and applying IPU resolutions on climate change, we have our Nusa Dua Declaration on Zero Emissions and to mobilise parliamentarians in the field of climate change. Our Council has consulted the resolution of the 144th IPU Assembly on climate change, which enabled us better to understand the strategy of the Emirates in this regard, and that will help us to reach zero emissions by 2050. On international cooperation in the field of climate change, the United Arab Emirates will host COP28, as well as parliamentary meetings on the sidelines of that meeting, because we're convinced of the importance of that type of conference and the resolutions that may emerge from it, which will only be able to implement it if there is compatibility with national legislation adopted by various national parliaments. At the institutional level, the National Council of the Federation has launched a transition strategy relating to the digital transition. We no longer use paper for our work. And I'd also like to speak to you about partnership between the two genders. As you are so deeply aware, we women make up 50% of the parliament of our nation, and that's because the emir of our country seeks to emancipate women. We've increased our quota to 50%, and 200 women stood for election to the National Council of the Federation in October 2019. So the level of candidates running for election is high, and 7 women took up seats in the National Council among 20 total new members. We also have a female speaker of the National Council, and that is the first Arab woman to have been selected as a Speaker of an Arab Parliament. In 2015, we also created the Council for Gender Balance, and we should also signal the roadmap that we have for political participation of women, which we adopt on an annual basis. Currently, as women parliamentarians, we are raising awareness among women in our society so that they might become familiar with the importance of political participation. The National Council has supported us in that and has also supported the second Vice President of the National Council. Women have also presided over various parliamentary committees. Thank you.
I'll now invite the Member of Parliament from Belgium, please.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, le
President, colleagues, the Belgian Federal Parliament over the past 2 years has looked at the issues emerging from the IPU resolutions and statements. I'd like to briefly give you an overview of some of the work that we've been doing in Parliament. Firstly, for the resolution on mobilising global parliamentary supporting vaccine equity as part of the fight against COVID-19, and the resolution on universal health coverage by 2030. We know that every week around 10,000 people around the world die of COVID-19, and so we should be aiming for maximum vaccine coverage, and to that end the National Chamber in Belgium has adopted a resolution seeking to make the COVID-19 vaccine a global health asset that's financially accessible to all. My country has also, with that aim in mind, subscribed to the COVAX initiative. The COVID-19 crisis has also brought to the fore the need for all countries to have social protection systems that are robust and sustainable, both to prevent risk and to respond to health crises. As part of that, the Chamber adopted a resolution seeking to support a multilateral mechanism for strengthening and financing universal social protection, as well as a global jobs accelerator and a UN social protection program. The accelerator seeks to finance social protection floors in low-income and middle-income countries. Secondly, concerning the resolution of online sexual abuse of children, the fight against sexual crimes is an absolute priority for Belgium. A government initiative was debated in the Chamber of Representatives this year and also led to a new sexual criminal code that protects people in their sexual integrity and enables them to self-determine on in sexual terms. That criminal code is specifically dedicated in one of its sections to sexual exploitation of children, and those crimes can also occur online. Grooming or live transmission of sexual abuse of children is now codified as a crime in our criminal code. Following Nusa Dua, our Chamber of Representatives had also adopted a resolution on COP26, which looks at climate-related goals, the issue of international funding, the fight against climate change, and other matters, and invites various governments to fight this scourge in concert with one another. We've also adopted a resolution on including more plants in buildings to improve energy efficiency. We've also set up an action plan that builds in 87 specific measures that will enable the Chamber to be in line with Belgium's climate-related goals, such as insulation of roofs, recycled paper, more plants in public spaces, and environmentally friendly transport. Those are just some examples, Chair, that I wanted to share with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I invite the distinguished Member of Parliament from Gabon?
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, colleagues, on the 25th of September in 2013, my country, Gabon, signed a treaty on trade in weapons. From 2013 to 2021, however, that treaty hadn't been ratified by the Gabonese Parliament. Gabon is in solidarity with the 2006 IPU statement on this issue, and having signed the treaty in New York, we were called upon at the 143rd Assembly in Madrid on the backlog that we had with ratifying treaties. Because this issue was also a serious matter for our national and regional security, we talked to the Foreign Ministry about it, as well as our colleagues in the National Assembly, to try and raise awareness of the need to respect our commitments in this field and to move to the ratification of the text in question. These steps bore fruit. The text was ratified earlier in 2022 in the National Assembly and the Senate. The promulgation of the law was carried out by the President of the Republic in line with the steps laid out in the Gabonese constitution. Following that promulgation, the Foreign Ministry, over the course of its stay in New York for the UN General Assembly, our authority deposed its instruments of ratification at UN headquarters. The authorities on the United Nations side completed the necessary steps to further the process, and Gabon is now about to take up its chairmanship of the Security Council. This progress bears witness to the importance that we attach to this issue, where in a region where terrorism is on the rise, and many countries have still not ratified that treaty, despite having signed it in some cases. Those countries need to do all they can to encourage their governments to accelerate the ratification process. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Inter-Parliamentary Union for the congratulations extended to my country in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I invite the distinguished speaker from Uruguay, and then we will listen to Azerbaijan after that.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. The Uruguayan Parliament adhered to the IPU's campaign, I Say Yes to Young People in Parliament. We saw a number of Uruguayan parliamentarians sign this, but we also organised a day for young parliamentarians. The Speaker of the Senate convened all political parties to put forward young parliamentary leaders to participate in that day. And young people who weren't working in Parliament could be parliamentarians for a day. At the day, the young people debated topical issues on the International Day for Democracy. Separately from that, looking at the IPU strategy 2022 to 2026, we have organised a joint event with the IPU on climate change. This was a regional seminar for Latin American and Caribbean parliaments. That was held in Montevideo from the 28th to the 30th of June 2022, and there were many parliamentary participants from our region there, as well as the President and Secretary General of the IPU. We also organised a visit to the field in the province of Maldonado, specifically Punta del Este, on the 30th of June as part of that seminar. We also celebrated the IPU's anniversary. And we held a ceremony involving the President and Secretary General of the IPU as part of that, as well as members of the Executive Committee and high-ranking national authorities. Last but not least, our Parliament has translated the guidelines on the elimination of sexual harassment and abuse into Spanish, and they're now available to all Uruguayan parliamentarians, and they're available on our website as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now we will hear from our distinguished Member of Parliament from Azerbaijan. And then we will listen to Bahrain right after Azerbaijan.
Honorable Madam President, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen. During the inauguration ceremony, Honorable Mr. Pacheco mentioned the Parliament's with women speakers. And another example of women's leadership in Parliament is Azerbaijan, which I am representing here. Dear colleagues, despite of ongoing peace treaty agreement negotiations, serious military escalation along the undelimited state border between Armenia and Azerbaijan was recklessly provoked by Armenia to torpedo the fragile post-conflict normalization process. Unfortunately, Armenian delegate's statement demonstrates the intention to abuse the Assembly to cover up its continuous efforts to evade the implementation of its commitments. I am categorically rejecting the allegation, and it's ironic that Armenia, which held the sovereign territories of Azerbaijan under occupation for almost 30 years, talks about now norms and principles that it has consistently violated. My country has achieved a solid result in overcoming the problems caused by the occupation of 20% of its territory. And I will report on these steps have been taken in terms of sustainable development. The government institutions have completed the matrix provided by the United Nations to identify the national priorities and aligned targets as part of mapping of SDGs onto existing development plans and strategies. Driven by the principles of leaving no one behind, which is one of the core commitments of SDG, in partnership with the UN office in Azerbaijan, different advocacy events were held, which covered the topics like science, education, civil society, women empowering, and youth unemployment. Moreover, it could be in the right place to underline a huge-scale meeting role of parliamentarians in achieving sustainable development goals took place in Parliament of Azerbaijan 2017. Azerbaijan is the first country in the region and among 12 countries around the globe which submitted its 3 national voluntary reviews for high-level political reform. Azerbaijan ranks 15th out of 165 countries in the 2022 Sustainable Development Report with the best result in the region. By acknowledging global trends and challenges, my country is entering a new development phase, which is qualitatively different from the post-pandemic and post-conflict era. In this framework, Azerbaijan charted the country's long-term development vector and pathway to sustainable socio-economic and environment development by identifying 5 national priorities. First, steadily growing competitive economy. The second, society based on dynamic, inclusive and social justice. Third, competitive human capital and space for modern innovations. Fourth, great return to the liberated from Armenian occupation territories. And the last but not the least, clean environment and green growth country. Ladies and gentlemen, the end of conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan creates new economic opportunities not only for Azerbaijan but also for the region. It's in this regard, rehabilitation, reconstruction and reintegration of the liberated and conflict-affected areas will be one of the main directions of the development priority in coming years. Azerbaijan is committed to the regional peace with the establishment of good neighborly relations as a key for building a secure, stable and prosperous South Caucasus. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now we will hear from the distinguished representative from Bahrain. We're still in the section on best practices of parliament, and we're talking about accountability. After the distinguished speaker from Bahrain, we will hear from Belarus.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Thank you, Madam. Speakers, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honour to participate in this session on follow-up and implementation of IPU decisions. It's important to speak about smart parliaments and protection of children and young people in Bahrain. Ladies and gentlemen, information technology has developed very quickly, and that's why we need to keep an eye on what's happening in that regard. Our legislative authority is an integral part of our national regime, and we have been taking ongoing measures to develop services to be provided to the Parliament so that we can support development in Bahrain. As part of the digital transition, the Council of Representatives has digitized all our administrative systems, and this has enabled us, in practice, to contribute very effectively and efficiently to parliamentary work. In 2018, the Parliament became a digital working environment, and we're now paperless. Among the digital measures that we currently have in place are electronic voting and the e-wallet system, which contains all the digital services to which the parliamentarians in our country need to have recourse. We hold hybrid meetings, and we also use Zoom and the Teams system. We use technology to support a range of services and to assist the members of the Council of Representatives. We also use e-signatures to facilitate our work. We should stress the importance of training for the various members of the Council of Representatives and the Secretariat of the Council as well. Where children and young people are concerned, the Kingdom of Bahrain has adopted a raft of measures to complement our legislation. We define childhood as ranging from 0 to 18 years. We've also made a move to adhere to the optional protocols on the participation of children in armed conflict and the exploitation of children. We've also adopted another law relating to courts and correctional facilities for minors. All of this is to protect young people and children. We also have a new law on sport, so that contracts can be signed by young people wishing to become professional sports people. We've also done work in the field of labour to build the capacity of Bahraini workers and enable them to become competitive on the labour market and join the labour market through a number of different plans and credits that are provided under the aegis of that plan. Thank you.
We will hear from the distinguished speaker from Belarus, please. And then after Belarus, it will be Seychelles.
Thank you, distinguished Madam President, distinguished colleagues. I would like to give a brief about the implementation of the resolution rethinking the approach to peace process in order to strengthen lasting peace adopted by the 144th Assembly in Indonesia. Today, the need to change the international approach to the peace process is urgent. Many peace processes are stalled, and even when agreements are concluded, peace as a rule tends to be short-lived. Indeed, most peace processes fail after an average of 7 years. The structure of international security is collapsing. Basic geopolitical agreements are not implemented. The policy of force and aggression and blunted interference in the internal affairs of sovereign states are prevailing. In Belarus, we felt it well after the elections in 2020. Obviously, not everyone in the region and the world is happy about the stability and peace in my country. Despite this, we continue to promote unifying peaceful initiatives at the United Nations and other international organizations, including parliamentary assemblies. Speaking of the traditional security theory and the human security concept, it should be noted that human security should not be seen and cannot be provided as an alternative to the traditional security. The state and society have the state and society have to complement each other. The weakening and decay of the state entail its inability to protect the interests of its citizens and their individual security. Current geopolitical realities clearly show that only a sovereign state and no other political force has the capacity to provide a decent standard of living, security and freedom for the society and the individual. In this context, we urge to stop imposing economic and political sanctions which limit window of opportunity to provide security and lasting peace. The Republic of Belarus remains open and ready to update relations, broaden diplomatic and parliamentarian channel of contacts, and mutually respectful cooperation with all states and international organizations for the purpose of building up solid security and peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from Seychelles, and then after that we will hear from Peru. These will be our last 4 speakers.
First and foremost, Madam Chair, I thank God for creating the enabling environment through IPU for us to have a voice. I thank God for guiding the votes on the emergency items. All glory to Him alone. My name is Wevan William, Member of Parliament from the Seychelles and Vice Chair of the IPU Committee on Sustainable Development. I take the opportunity also to thank the government and people of the Republic of Rwanda for the warm welcome and hospitality throughout our mission work here. Madam Chair, my brief report is a follow-up action that our National Assembly has done, and myself as an elected member in my constituency since the Nusa Dua Declaration was adopted last year, getting to zero, mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. It also covers the work that the Committee of International Affairs that I preside as chair has done up to now. At the National Assembly institution, I would like to report that from previous IPU GA, commitment to actions towards climate change, such as installation of solar panels, lessening our electricity bill to 50%, rainwater harvesting to be used in the garden and toilet, Commonwealth Garden to absorb the CO2 in the surrounding area of the Parliament building, recently adopting a portion of the marshy area to restore mangroves, also close to the parliamentary surroundings. As chair of the International Affairs Committee, the committee has summoned the Minister of Agriculture, Environment, Climate Change and Energy to explain to the committee the national challenges, the national determined contribution made and future roadmaps, as well as food security, COP26 outcome. The committee also interacted with the biosecurity and biosafety agencies to understand better national situation. The committee also had the chance to participate in the national consultation on the Sendai Framework Midterm Review, that the outcome will be of paramount importance alongside other related agreements. I am also Vice Chair of a new select committee called the Food and Security Sustainable Development Committee that is on the order paper for adoption next week. As an elected member, I have tabled several questions in Parliament to get answers, clarifications in the environment, agriculture sectors, and to the issue of sustainable development. Currently, I have two motions Parliament awaiting to be adopted, one on food security strategy review, and the other one is on balanced action of deforestation, restoration of our forests. At the level of my constituency, I have launched Environmental Protection Association. I have mobilized residents along with the association to conduct district cleaning, beach vegetation restoration, and delittering awareness campaign through educational boards positioning at critical sites in the district. To conclude, I would like to commend IPU for the accountability projects and to ensure that member countries are not only passing resolutions, but do actions to follow after. Above all, that IPU credibility and status and relevancy remains focused. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. And now we will hear from Peru, and then after Peru it will be Serbia, Qatar, and South Sudan, and then we will go on to the young speakers list. Thank you, distinguished Member of Parliament from Peru.
Buen día.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the floor. I want to refer to Alexandro. My name is Alexandro Cisales. I worked until last year in the throes of the pandemic. Nelson Mandela said that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. But I don't think we really understand this point. If we really want to solve various problems afflicting our society and world, then education should come first. I hope that forthcoming meetings, the main theme will be education. Currently, this room should be full, but it isn't. And we want to correct human rights situations. Education, according to Article 27 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, is also a right. We have an IPU resolution which refers to the fact that we must make the most of IT, ICT to facilitate education, including in times of a pandemic. COVID-19 has increased discrimination, exclusion, inequality around the world, particularly in rural areas in each country. Technology, the internet, is supposed to be accessible to all students, and up until today, this is not really proved 100% true. A number of things have to be realized by both teachers and families. Cell phones, tablets, well, families have to buy them, teachers have to buy them. Internet, we have to ensure that heads of family and teachers are duly equipped, and if they don't, we are actually thwarting a basic right to education. Training teachers is very important. in my country, we're calling for greater efforts from the Ministry of Education. We need to have an effective process for education, limiting the number of students per year. Children, parents have to understand how teachers go about their work. Boys and girls are not able necessarily to attend school because of the pandemic, and I think we should overcome this situation. We have many outstanding tasks. We have to set aside a large chunk of our budget for education. Education and teaching help people teach them self-discipline and create well-rounded people. We have the World Day for Teachers in October. I think that we should understand the importance of professional teachers, and we give up many of our years to ensure that there is proper teaching. I'd like to conclude by saying that at the next meeting, the leading topic should be education. We should set up a group which would set out a resolution on education. Without education, nothing at all is going to change.
Thank you so much, distinguished speaker. Now we will hear from the distinguished member of parliament from Serbia. And then we will hear from Qatar and then South Sudan.
Honorable Madam President, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, this year we mark the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, which was adopted at the 127th Assembly of the IPU in Quebec. I am proud to say that the Republic of Serbia has made great progress in each of 7 key areas of action that we recognize as strategically important. In the Republic of Serbia, there is a high awareness of the importance of gender equality, and there is a relevant institution and laws that regulate this area in accordance with the highest standards. As assessed in the report of the voluntary conduct of a self-assessment of gender sensitivity of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, let me remind you that we organized the evaluation in cooperation with the IPU in December of 2017. Our actions are based on solid gender-responsive legal and strategic framework. In addition to the fact that gender equality and equal opportunities for both women and men are included in the basic democratic principles prescribed by the Constitution, the principle of gender equality is also included in the law on the prohibition of discrimination. Moreover, an umbrella law on this issue has also been adopted, the law on gender equality. This modern gender equality law has been adopted in compliance with the best possible practices of the countries in the region, Europe, around the world, ensuring an even better position of women in society. In 2017, the process of improvement of program budgeting model was installed by introducing the principle of gender-responsive budgeting. This made Serbia one of the few countries in the world with the gender-responsive budgeting integrated in its law on budget system. In addition, amendments to criminal labor and family law have been adopted, making the beginning of a resolute fight to prevent any form of violence against women. At the same time, we have been investing efforts in making women more visible in politics and ensuring they exercise their right to be elected to the highest state positions. This is to the positions of decision makers, and amendments to electoral laws stipulate that at least 40% of candidates must be on the less representative gender. Rest assured that the National Assembly of Serbia will remain committed to the implementation of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments and will be open to any initiative that contributes to raising awareness of the importance of gender equality as prescribed for the progress of the entire society and the one fundamental values for a democratic state. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will listen to the Honourable Member of Parliament from Qatar, and then we will have the last speaker for this section. It will be South Sudan after Qatar.
سعادة رئيس الجلسة، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور.
Ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be with you. Thank you for enabling us to talk about our activities with a view to implementing resolutions adopted by the IPU. The Shura Council in Qatar has submitted a report voluntarily to the IPU. We firmly believe, indeed, in the need to put these resolutions into practice in terms of our country's policy to reinforce peace and security in the world, and with a view to the peaceful resolution of conflicts and to attain sustainable development around the world.
Absolument que nous puissions renforcer les politiques éducatives, et il faut également que nous accordions une aide dans le domaine de la santé à tout le monde. Il est évident, et vous le savez bien, que les efforts qui ont été réalisés, Altesse, Monsieur Al-Thani, grâce aux différentes médiations qu'il a menées,
I think, yeah, and the French. Can we correct?
Alors, apparemment, il y a un problème de canaux, apparemment.
I think we can maybe try to make sure it's so.
Nous pouvons veiller à ce que cela fonctionne.
Mix up in the channels. Let's try it now.
الوساطات التي قام بها سموه لحل بعض الخلافات في مناطق مختلفة من العالم.
Indeed, the action taken is designed to solve certain situations of crisis. We want to combat violence, organized crime, terrorism, and put into practice the goals of sustainable development. The Shura Council has taken a number of initiatives in conjunction with the IPU and other governments. I'm referring to educational services, environmental services. The idea is to enable all those who live in my country to live a dignified life, whatever their status. When it comes to protecting the environment, we have a new ministry for the environment in our country. It's the very first time that the World Football Championships will take place on the basis of protecting the environment. We have gone to great lengths to organize this championship, and we want the 2022 event in Qatar to be one of the leading sporting events in the world. We are ready to welcome everyone so that they can learn about our achievements. I wish to welcome you all to Qatar and thank you for your attention.
For the invitation. Now we will hear from our distinguished speaker from South Sudan, and then it will be the section on young parliamentarians. We will go back to the general debate after that.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving us this special to be the last in this category. The Republic of South Sudan and our Transitional National Legislative Assembly attended the 144th IPU Assembly in Nusa Dua, Indonesia, and
upon arrival back home, submitted to the Parliament the 5 resolutions which were passed in Nusa Doha. One of the key resolution was mobilization of Parliament to act on climate change. As a country, we have a Ministry of Minister of Environment and Forestry, and which was tasked to take immediate action on 2 grounds. One, on the pollution of the oil fields, which were conducted directly with the floods that have affected no less than 7 states in the country. On the issue of human rights of the parliamentarian, the Parliament have already formed a working committee to study each particular case that has been highlighted as and submitted to the relevant committee. After the thorough deliberation, the resolution and decision of the IPU were referred to the relevant parliamentary committees, and each committee started and began the scrutiny of these with the involvement of executive, particularly those related to the Minister of Peace and Reconciliation, the Minister of Environment and Forestry, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, the Ministry related to Parliamentary Affairs. The Republic of South Sudan is exerting utmost efforts to ensure that these resolutions and decisions are implemented and working closely with the executive. Finally, the Republic of South Sudan has been effective in involving regional peace processes. Our neighbor Sudan has been involved in a serious political crisis, and the Republic of South Sudan took the mediation, and today, as we speak, the Republic of Sudan has been working together with the political groups in the country and came up with what was called Juba Peace Process, and this shows that countries can work together if they are given the opportunity to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, distinguished speaker. We completed the special session on good parliamentary practices accountability, and now we go back to our general debate with our young members of parliament, and it's a great honor for me to ask my colleague from Turkey to come and speak. And after Turkey, we will hear from Canada.
Dear Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, Turkey, in terms of the position of women and the efforts made for their empowerment in the social field, has an exceptional and unique historical experience in the world, and this experience continues to increase with the policies implemented today. In Turkish society, women has been in a leading position for ages. The source of this is not only based on the equality of men and women stipulated in the Article 42 of our Constitution, but also it's an element in our cultural codes. In the ancient Turkish mythology, the wolf that guides the society is a she-wolf. Again, in his farewell speech in the year 632, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ mentioned women's rights widely and clearly, approximately 1,300 years before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is one of the Turkey is one of the countries where women's movements have been strong since the early 19th century. Turkish women gained the right to vote and to be elected in 1934. At this point, I want to emphasize that it is a decision taken before many other countries in the world. As a result of this long way, for women's rights. Today in Turkey, the number of female research assistants and female lecturers in the academy surpassed the number of male academics. 40% of the judges are women, and in our parliament, the number of women parliamentarians is fourfold since 2002. Dear colleagues, I consider this platform as a common decision-making platform. During the Young Parliamentarians Forum meeting, we see great enthusiasm of our colleagues. When we are talking about women's rights, we need to respect their choice first. We need to be aware that there are women who are not allowed to wear their headscarf in public spaces, even in Europe. We should condemn the laws that decides in the name of women what not to wear, while condemning the rules that decides in the name of women what to wear. We should accept that women are the only decision makers for their own life. And I would like to thank our African friends, Rwanda and IPU, for this wonderful meeting, for their hospitality. Thank you. Murakoze, teşekkürler.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from our distinguished member of parliament from Canada. But may I ask our distinguished delegates to be quiet? I know how much importance IPU gives to youth, and we are happy to hear our young members of parliament, and especially a young mother from Canada as well. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians. It's the first time I've attended an IPU assembly. The theme for the general debate: gender equality, gender parity, and more gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world touches me particularly. I'm not only a young parliamentarian, but also a woman. And I recently became a mother. I'm a vice president of the standing committee in this area in the lower house since I was first elected. But I wouldn't be here today without the efforts made by all the courageous women who preceded me. Their work, our work, is not finished, however. We all know that young women have to overcome many obstacles to indulge in politics and represent the population. The IPU, less than 1% of women parliamentarians around the world are young women. We have to overcome legal difficulties. It's difficult to obtain financial support to conduct a campaign, and women are viewed as lacking in experience. They're not well known enough, and there are many cases of discrimination. Each and every one of us, men and women of all ages, we parliamentarians must innovate and support the young generation, foster their participation in politics in a formal and informal way for the sake of our democratic institutions, which must remain healthy. It doesn't matter what age, sex, or gender people are, they all need to participate. A free and equal society is a prosperous one, and I would also like to express my solidarity with women in Iran who've opted for freedom and against the oppression of women. The deaths that have occurred will not stem this movement. In the United States also, the right to abortion is severely threatened, and we should therefore remain watchful, and nothing should be taken for granted. We have to continue to forge ahead, because otherwise we risk finding our rights curtailed. Thank you.
Now we will hear from the distinguished speaker from Iran, and after Iran we will hear from Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, 43 years ago, following overthrow of the Western puppet regime, more than 98% of Iranian men and women voted to Islamic Republic as their official system. According to the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran, women are equal in humanity and dignity to men, strengthening the position of women in the family institution and facilitating their dynamic participation in social, political, and cultural life, and caring for justice between men and women is one of the things that have always been priority for the Islamic Republic of Iran. After the victory of the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the progress has been made especially in the field of women and family. In fact, at the beginning of the Islamic Revolution, only 35% of women were educated, while today this number has reached 85%, which indicates the improvement of the state, the status of women in the Islamic Republic. Also, in the field of university education, for more than 2 decades, 50% of university composition has been made up of women, and about 30% of high-ranking managements have been assigned to women. Today, more than 27% of the faculty members of our universities are women, and 30% of the doctors are women. So that all these fields are still growing, and there is no obstacle for presence of women in these fields. At the end, I emphasize that the development of civil society and women in social networking in the Islamic Republic of Iran has made significant progress, and the power of women's networking has made them play a more constructive role in the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from our distinguished speaker from Pakistan, and after Pakistan, we will hear from Ukraine. And thank you so much for being patient and showing us how much we care about the hearing of the young members of parliament.
Thank you. Madam President, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum and good evening. As a proud member of Pakistan's upper house, I'm honored to be addressing you today. Pakistan's vibrant young people and dynamic women have remained at the forefront of every political struggle from before we gained independence in 1947. Sadly, in the past few months, all other struggles have taken a back seat as we grapple with the climate carnage. Imagine, if you will, going to sleep in your home and waking up neck deep in water. Everything you owned, everything around you washed away. Imagine scrambling to find a patch of high land so you can save yourself and your family. And then, imagine having to swim kilometers to get them food or be rescued. Imagine being stranded with 5-6 feet of stagnant water around you for months. Imagine the hunger, the disease, the poverty, the utter helplessness. Only then can you imagine what 33 million Pakistanis have been enduring every single day for over 2 months now. Tragedy, disaster, and death. They don't discriminate, but the impact on the most vulnerable is surely the most devastating. 75% of those most affected in our floods are the women and the children. Schools, colleges, hospitals, homes, fields, all washed away or inundated. While a traumatized, vulnerable population grows increasingly wary, as no country, no government can deal with a catastrophe of this magnitude on its own. 33 million is the number of Pakistanis displaced. 33 million is more than the entire population of most countries here. Pakistan is suffering today, not because we messed up, but because others did. Today, it is us. Tomorrow, it could very well be you. And it is only fair for us to expect the world to step up and do what is right, what is just, and what is equitable, not only for us, but also for you. The developed countries of the world must be mindful of their privilege, mindful that this privilege comes with a responsibility. And today you must ask yourselves, are you fulfilling your responsibilities? I feel some introspection will tell you, no, you are not. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. And we take this opportunity to say that we stand in solidarity. We hope we won't have any more disasters everywhere, anywhere, just like we talked about it during the previous session. Now we will hear from our distinguished young member of parliament from Ukraine, then it will be Sweden and Mexico.
Dear colleagues, I'm honored to address the distinguished gathering on behalf of young Ukrainian parliamentarians, and let me express my deep gratitude to the Parliament of Rwanda for the warm hospitality. Ukrainian Parliament is the second youngest in the world. 7 out of 8 members of our delegation are under the age of 40. But today, I will speak on how my life and the life of millions of young people have changed since the 24th of February, when Russia started the full-scale aggression on Ukraine. Hundreds of young people and children are being killed. Hundreds are being, thousands injured. Millions had been displaced internally or had to leave their Ukraine, trying to escape in order to save their lives. Thousands of young men and women joined armed forces in order to defend our country. And millions of young people have been deprived of the right to normal education because they are either learning online, or if they choose physically to go to school, they have to stay in bomb shelters, trying to save their lives from the bombs. And this is if they are lucky enough that their school hasn't been destroyed by the bombs, like hundreds of our schools and universities in Ukraine have been destroyed. All our young women have their own frontier, bringing our victory closer. Being a soldier, or teaching children, or saving their children, our future. As for myself, a young woman parliamentarian, I'm also living under constant threat of missiles attack from Russia in the past 8 months, hearing threats from Russian top politicians urging to complete dismantling of the political regime of Ukraine. Russians wanted to steal our youth. Yet the tanks, their bullets, cannot kill our freedom-loving spirit. We will prevail, and so will our values, our democracy, and our youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from our distinguished member of parliament from Sweden. Then the final speech will be from Mexico.
Honourable Madam Chair, dear colleagues, speaking right after my honourable colleague from Ukraine, I want to express my and the Swedish delegation's full support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. And I'm glad that this Assembly, just a little while ago, agreed upon a very strong resolution that condemns Russian invasion of Ukraine and Russia's illegal annexation of Ukrainian territories. Dear colleagues, I got involved in politics to fight for each individual's right to form their own life and future. Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, you should have the same power to shape your own life as well as to influence society at large. Sweden, where I come from, ranks as one of the world's most equal countries, but we too have challenges and problems. We see, for example, that insecurity in Sweden has increased, and especially among women. Women feel insecure to a much higher extent than men, and this insecurity leads many women to limit their lives. We cannot accept that. I would now like to focus on the issue of gender-sensitive parliaments. 100 years ago, the first women took their seats in the Swedish parliament. Today, we are one of the parliaments with the highest female representation. I want to emphasize that we have reached this point without quotas. but not without measures to enable an equal parliament. An important measure has been to give parliamentarians the opportunity to go on parental leave. This opportunity of parental leave is important for creating the conditions for an equal parliament and to provide the conditions for all Swedish parliamentarians to combine the demanding parliamentarian work with a functioning family life. I myself have been on parental leave from Parliament twice to spend important time with my two sons while my beloved wife has been able to carry on with her career. During my leaves, a substitute MP from my party has served in my place. If the possibility of parental leave had not existed, I would not have been an MP today. To conclude, gender-sensitive parliaments and parliaments that do not want to exclude young members need to create opportunities for members to combine parliamentary duties with family life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we will hear from the distinguished member of parliament from Mexico.
The development of national legislation on inclusion of women in elected positions in Mexico involves quotas and the need for public bodies to include both genders on a balanced basis. And we've been very progressive in that regard. Mexican legislation recognizes gender parity as a constitutional principle that means that women should occupy 50% of positions in the executive, legislative and judicial branches. Furthermore, we have implemented measures that oblige political parties to set up quotas for persons with disabilities, migrants, indigenous persons, persons of African descent and members of the LGBTQI plus community. We've seen an increase in the number of women in legislatures. Today we have the so-called Legislature of Parity, Inclusion and Diversity. However, quantitative measures should go hand in hand with qualitative ones. We need to increase the inclusion of women in decision-making for us so that we can improve the quality of life that women enjoy, but above all to strengthen our democracy. Militarization has been presented by various governments as a necessary evil to return security to our country. That strategy wasn't able to improve security and peace in Mexico. Numerous studies and the experiences of other countries that we've been able to listen to at these international meetings have illustrated the cost of militarization of public security for the life of women. Many lines of research have shown how militarization increases structural violence to which women are subject. Their bodies become a territory for war and control. In light of that, women are called upon not to take backward steps. They need to be consistent in their parliamentary work, and they need to call upon governments to take measures to bring an end to violence against women in Mexico and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was the end of the general debate. Before we close for tonight, Iran has a right of reply. So I'll ask the speaker from Iran to reply from their seat if they still wish to do so. While they are getting ready, okay. In the meanwhile, I wanted to thank this opportunity for your patience, and it's a great honor and privilege for me to be here. And I guess we will hear from Iran right now. 2 minutes.
In the name of God, once again, I would like to reiterate on the non-interference of countries in the internal affairs of Iran and in my country, Iran, because if other countries that have talked about Iran and they have tried to interfere in the internal affairs of Iran, if they are sympathizers of Iranian people, they should definitely stand against sanctions that have been unilaterally imposed on Iran, and interference in the internal affairs of my country is the flagrant violation of international law. Thank you very much.
Tomorrow, the Governing Council will meet at 9:30. Hopefully, we will see you at 9:30, and I close this session. May I?